It's a lose-lose. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, sometimes I am. Sometimes I mean, like, usually not like in the middle of a gunfight. Like if I'm actively firing, but like, I run and hide and drop it real quick. But I mean, Lifeline's a relatively new thing for me. I was playing Wraith for a long time, or Fast Legs. I mean, yeah. So all that stuff. But I use my ability a lot less than I jump, so it works.
Local cheap place today was like $1.53 a gallon.
What?
I think it's still like
That's
expensive up here.
crazy.
Yeah.
Supply and demand. Supply and demand. Demand
Yeah,
dropped by like probably like 90%.
That oil war that the Arabs and Russians are having.
No one's buying it, so you know they're
and that
trying
too,
to sell their shit and make money off oil. Got to sell it for lower. Yeah.
I mean, gas stations don't make a lot off of the gas sales. At least they didn't. I don't know about now. They didn't when I worked at one. Oh shit. Yeah, we definitely got people here.
Yeah, I think it's still that way. I'm trying to get going.
I'm getting burnt.
Where
They're
they
right
at?
above me. Yeah, I don't have anything. I'm trying to heal up real quick. Oh, we got somebody in that box.
Me neither. This has been looted out.
I knocked one.
Alright, I gotta run and heal. What's up, babe?
Dude, I can't find a gun anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely you should paint your nails. What kind of cool?
Oh no, I'm dead.
Gibraltar over here being a whole dickhole.
Alright.
I'm dead.
Oh, I thought I had an Arc Star. I guess not. Sam got her!
Good moves, good moves. Too many people. Yeah, I don't think Joe or me had a gun. I went to like 4 different bins at least. 5, I think. I mean, not bins.
RE45 in the last like 5 seconds of my life.
Yeah, I hate it when like you're already injured.
Yeah.
You want to play ranked?
Yeah, sure. I figured we'd warm up with this, but we can jump
No,
in the ranked.
good. Just do it.
Yeah, it's good to warm up.
Warm.
This new controller, as opposed to the one that came with the Xbox, like the shoulder buttons have a slightly different feel, and I noticed they're putting like a little texture on the grips now. They're still hard plastic, but they're like they have little dots all in them.
On the back,
and like the one that came with it, I think
on the
was
back
all
or the
smooth.
side.
Yeah, on the side of the back grip.
Yeah, I think the
original one was smooth.
The Xbox One S's have textured back grips. Those controllers, I think. So.
Yeah, maybe they
I
made
think
them
it's a
all
standard thing now. I don't know. I got Control Freak like pads on mine. So.
Pads? What do you mean? On
no, on, like the part that goes in your palm, like the back where your hands wrap around.
Oh, really? I didn't even know they sold pads that go on those.
I think they're called grips, but they're soft, sort of.
That's kind of neat.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why this made me think of that, but have you ever seen these cell phone cases that are like a real soft rubber? Like, the whole thing kind of looks like a fucking eraser or something.
No, the whole thing is soft.
Like, maybe it's a foam. Maybe it's more of a foam.
You know, we all make bad choices.
Like
I mean, I've seen rubber cases.
Yeah, this was actually,
Yeah,
I guess this was like foam. But like, yeah, this lady came in one day when I was doing a tech support job, And dude, that thing was the grossest fucking thing I've ever seen, dude. It was like a big dirty fucking sponge covering her phone. I hated to like even touch it. It's so fucking gross.
Phones are dirtier than toilet seats.
Yeah, yeah.
They really are.
Mhm.
Statistically.
Yeah, I've heard that, like more bacteria and shit.
Oh yeah. When I worked at AT&T and I had to deal with people's phones, I would use hand sanitizer after every time I touched someone's phone.
Did
Go,
you like
Mr.
AT&T?
Zero.
Okay.
Heard that.
Yeah, it was okay. Depends who you work for. First place I worked,
Right.
I basically worked for like nothing.
Here we go.
Got like
It's a
no
long
commission
drive.
and made like
Oh.
$8 an hour. But then I worked for another company because a lot of them are like chains. They're like franchises. And then the other company I got paid $10 an hour and then made even more per hour in commission. But then they're about to sell that, so then they slowly fuck your commission over real bad to boost up the numbers, like the profit numbers for the company before they sold it. Yeah.
Oh, that's lame. My nephew
too
works
slow.
for
You can have that.
AT&T at a store, at an AT&T branded one,
No, that's
Number-
fine.
Take it. Take it.
and he likes the job okay, but his boss is an asshole.
Yeah, it can be good.
Actually, I'm gonna pick that Havoc up, drop the Scout. And the 20 light bullets I had.
Do you have any heavy ammo?
Yeah.
Spare?
Someone got the
0.
party started.
There's 40.
Here, yeah,
Sure, yeah.
there's a box as well.
Heavy ammo here.
Sweet. Shagga. Where you only got? Sounds like there's
Is there a bag anywhere that I'm
guns
missing?
right out
freaking-
there. Yeah, yeah.
Is there a
You wanna
bag
go this
in
way?
around anywhere I'm missing?
Which one are you talking
I
about?
don't even have a bag.
Oh, I didn't see one.
It sounds like it's. We can go out either of these ways. The other, yeah. If we go the way
Oh.
I pinged, we can also have the chance to maybe loot the other spot first.
Oh, did you hear some fire this way?
Yeah, it's
I
like
wasn't sure where it
somewhere
was
on the
coming
other
from.
side of this cliff, somewhere in
Alright.
this direction.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a bunker. I just heard an explosion.
It could be. Yeah, yeah, it could be a bunker. I was gonna say.
Oh, hey there.
Dropping Keeper of the Peace.
Level 1.
Oh,
We've done a
okay.
9-9 at L-Star.
Heavy ammo or energy ammo.
Heavy ammo here.
Oh yeah, I could
No
definitely use that
optics
heavy
yet,
ammo.
right?
I could use that.
Gotta hop up here. Anvil receiver.
It's in the Tristan Town thing. You wanna go?
Sure.
They're on the roof there.
we're a little behind you, Grim.
Alright. And they just jumped over the left.
I'm on my way, but
Heading out to T-Town. I see a dude on the roof.
damn.
I hear somebody.
There's one. Right.
Oh yeah, I see the dude
I don't
on the
think he
roof.
saw me. Oh, but he probably sees you.
I
He's
broke his
down.
shield.
Nice.
He's down. He's down.
Frag out.
There's somebody on the roof further back.
I just got.
Oh yeah, I just got hit with a caustic.
Right above where?
Oh, this
up
caustic
here.
gas is killing
Oh,
me.
he just jumped off on your side, guys.
Oh, this caustic gas.
Took out an enemy.
Where was that? Oh shit. Where's he at? Where's he at?
I'm doing
Somebody
execution,
shot me
guys.
over in this area.
They're back here. They're back here.
Where?
I got their shield.
shit. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Reloading.
He went to the left. Oh, and there's one running away too. But
All inside this ring.
yeah, Joe, you're chasing the one and Grim's
Oh,
chasing the
shit.
other direction.
Contact with hostile.
He's inside there with you. Yeah.
Down. I got down by the gas, but I downed him.
Grim. Yeah, there's one guy left, Grim. He's right there. He's running out.
Oh, there's another squad here.
Oh
God,
no.
my fucking audio went out. And I was
Oh,
chasing
shit.
a fucking decoy. Which I thought was him, but I couldn't hear whatever you were saying 'cause my audio went out.
Oh damn, yeah.
Fuck, man.
I didn't
had to
think that
unplug
was a
my shit
decoy
and
that you
plug
were
it
chasing.
back
I thought
in.
that was a. Thought that was a real person.
Yeah. Now I couldn't even tell if Joe was fighting him or saying that's not him. My audio went out right as I started chasing him.
Oh man.
This shit is so fucking annoying, dude.
Yo, why don't you do like a stealth switch out with your brother's headset?
I don't think it's a headset. I think it's that little box that plugs in the bottom of my controller.
Oh yeah, okay, okay.
'Cause I know one time it wasn't working, but then when I reset my Xbox, then it worked. So I don't know if it's the box or it's the Xbox software that the box connects to. I don't fucking know, but all I know is shit don't always work good. And maybe if I use a USB cable for my controller, it would work better. I just bought one.
Maybe.
Set of batteries. Maybe it's a signal being tracked.
Oh yeah, right.
Maybe that would help.
Something
you know?
gets. Yeah.
I can win this thing with one eye closed, or both eyes
Because
closed.
it seems like software is somehow involved. Because why, if it was like a physical problem, then how come when you reset the Xbox, and then it works
Yeah, that makes
without
sense.
changing anything? You know what I mean?
Ready to go.
And it may take a tiny amount of lag out of your controls too, you know.
Yeah, maybe.
This is your champion.
Get ready for a light show.
So did they get that caustic back up, or what?
Yeah,
Wasn't he the
caustic.
first one that got knocked?
Nah, I don't know. No, I don't know. He might.
There
have.
were two squads. I killed somebody that was down.
Yeah. I killed a bang.
I don't know. Where's that fucking? Oh shit!
Excuse
I
me.
couldn't find the market.
Yeah, there was a caustic and a wraith jumped off of the roof. I broke the wraith shield and the caustic got away, and then that's why I got into a fight in there. And then he was getting the wraith up, and I guess he got the wraith all the way up. And then I downed the caustic and the wraith as he killed me. And there's a squad in here with us.
Oh no, no!
Yeah, so it
I
must have still
accidentally
been.
sit back up.
Oh, I guess there is people with us. Fuck. I'm
Enemy
coming.
down.
Where are they? Up with you? Alright.
Yeah, up the stairs.
I got a
Alright, let's
squad
go.
mate found.
Oh. We'll go at the same time.
Got her.
Spotted. Taking fire.
Hell yeah.
I heard somebody else running up there.
Actually, dead.
Shield cells.
Oh, I need health.
Here, I've met, your health bitch. Alright.
Here, I'm dropping a
shit.
flatline in there if you want it.
Flatline here.
Oh, there's a dude in here.
I am the kill eater.
Nice.
Oh. I'll take that then.
Yeah, you put your Evo in there.
Huh?
I don't know. I don't really love Evos. You put your Evo shield in there.
No,
Do you have
I
any
didn't.
shield
That wasn't
cells?
me. I didn't have a shield.
Oh, it was already in there, so I assumed you put it in there. And I picked it up, but then I put
Yeah,
it
and I
back.
just picked it up.
I don't want it. I mean, Evos are okay. But I just avoid them altogether now. There's a big med kit around here somewhere.
What happened to his two squad mates? Did they just fucking
No, we
run?
killed people before that fight happened. I assumed
Oh,
that's
okay.
who that
Good
was.
shit.
Oh.
Yeah, a blue hat right
Alright,
here.
let's get Zero back. Well, instead of
Well, we might as well loot here. There's not much left. So let's get these last couple corners, and then we can just go somewhere new altogether. Unless, did you have something in your box that was good, Zero?
I didn't have anything.
Oh, okay. Alright, I think that's everything. So it was just an extra 20 seconds. This way we won't have to come back.
1 minute until close. Rings nearby.
Found a SMG here.
I'm sorry, Grim. What'd you say?
I said, just another like extra 20 seconds to loot. Now we don't even have to go in that building at all.
Oh yeah, right.
Rings close. 45
But this whole other town isn't looted. And I'll leave these 3 bins right by the respawn for you. Oh no!
All right.
I slid it away.
Come on with you. Say hello.
I want to open them for you.
What's that noise?
I was healing up.
Oh, the shit.
Oh.
I'm not a dummy. Like,
There's
what
an
the hell
Evo
is that
shield.
fucking
You
crazy
got-
noise?
There's a
The
hemlock
respawn.
in there and some other shit.
Rings around the corner. 10
Oh,
I
good
could
shit.
use.
There's a havoc here
Hey.
and a bag. And
I can
another
use a
havoc.
select fire if we see one.
All right.
Ditto.
The ring's moving, friends.
I'm running Grimbo abilities.
Backpack
Dual
here.
submachine
Level
guns.
1.
There's 2 havocs in this building.
There's a
And
flat line
ammo.
here,
Shit.
Stabilize. Flat line here.
and I
I'm okay.
got heavy ammo.
Found myself
Yeah, I'm
a
okay. I
thing.
got an. I pinged a prowler here if either of you want it.
Ooh, a Spitfire.
Yeah, I already have one.
Fire here.
I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna run double heavy.
I could use
Drop my light.
There's a care package
I don't have a
coming
lot
up.
of light.
heavy bolts. I'm
Alright.
gonna see some.
Energy ammo here.
You're running double. You're dropping your heavy
Dropping
or
my
dropping
light.
your light? Which one did you say? Yeah, okay.
Running double heavy. Oh, there's some fighting going on down there.
Somebody here.
There's something good.
Oh shit, you guys went the other direction?
Shots fired. Enemy hit me. Opening fire. All right, enemy down.
Oh, you're so far.
Enemy killed.
I don't know where our friends are, so hurry up. And
They're over here.
all right.
I hear
Fuck. I need to heal up. Also.
Yeah, heal.
I'm fucked up.
You guys ran away from me.
Oh, they're jumping down toward you, Grim.
New kill leader.
Got the shield broken. Yeah.
I got that bitch. Where's the other one? You got another one or the race?
I hear.
Talking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
I put a 1 to 2 in there.
I would like something besides these 1 to 2s. There's a purple light mag over here.
Oh, where? Oh, that's right down somebody over there. Oh, it was in the bin. Never mind. Do you have your drone
Yeah.
thing?
Optics here.
Here's a 1x circle.
Level 2.
I'm dropping
Yeah,
my
yeah,
drone
I-
right there.
Well, I'm good. Well, I could use.
I'm just
I
snatching
could
that
use
mag.
another U, but I got 1 U, 1x circle. Oh, here's a big med kit. In case someone needs it. I'm not sure if I'm
Yeah,
hearing somebody
fire,
else's joke.
footsteps. Yep, oh,
shit.
there's somebody out
Yeah,
here.
take it, Joe. It's
Somebody's
on.
sniping.
Level 1.
Oh shit. Okay.
There's a 99 up here.
I'm 99 here.
Oh, airstrike where we were just.
Alright,
Well.
I'm shielding up.
Oh yeah, there's an enemy there.
I don't know where dude is. He's like hiding around here somewhere.
Giving my shield to recharge.
Storm's coming in. We gotta go.
I'm running up to the tippy top.
Storm's right here on our
Okay,
ass.
okay. I'll throw us a zip.
He might have just ran completely away.
I'll throw a zip to the top of the market.
Yeah, I wasn't up there. I'll just run. Do I want to go through there? Through the
Yeah, I
back
think
of the
that's
ship?
fine.
Yeah, I
best.
guess so. Yeah, I think that's the closest.
Shit, we should have went to the balloon. Oh, I
Oh damn, yeah.
forgot about that. Yeah.
We're pretty close though. It shouldn't be bad.
Oh yeah, we'll make it. We're
Yeah,
good.
that would've been best though.
Well, we were going to that, but then we started chasing that dude. But he just wasn't even there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he was like hiding in a corner or something. I can't because we were pretty
He,
close.
he
to
threw
him.
his ultimate. I started shooting him. He dropped his dome, and then I chilled in the dome until he disappeared.
Yeah, that's what I would have done too.
Oh, I thought I
There's
heard
a,
some shit like that.
Light ammo here.
Stabilizer here.
Extended light
I'm
mag
good.
here.
There's a blue
Oh,
stabilizer.
we're
here.
just
Oh, we're not in
out
the
of the
circle.
edge of the circle.
Kill leader. Go on, watch out.
I got 2 Phoenix kits if somebody needs or wants one.
Let's check out over there.
Yeah.
Optics here.
Shit, I'll take one of them. There's another med kit too.
Medkit here.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Or if you
What
want
was
to,
I
you
going
can
for?
keep
Oh, heavy.
whatever.
Next ring's far.
We can all share when we need to.
Where's all these phoenixes at? you
I
said?
had 2. I was dropping 1 if somebody wanted it.
Oh, I
Here's
thought you
another
got
med.
two. Oh, okay. I'm good. I don't have much room, so I was gonna have to drop
Okay,
some.
All right, I'll
Yeah.
stack it.
I
I've
got-
only got 1, so yeah, we can share it when we need it.
And I got a big bag. Ooh, I'm gonna take this other circle site, drop this other 1 to 2.
Objects here. Close range.
Okay, I got that. I'm good on tots. So.
Actually, no, you know,
Good
I'm,
shit. Although if you see a 2 to 4 and you don't want it, I might
Okay.
take it.
I'm actually.
So now we're at the point where the next storm we won't be able to use syringes. So I figure if I can't use, the only time I like syringes is if I'm like in the storm. And it helps me stay out of it. But after like a couple rings, that doesn't even help. So I usually just get rid of them for med kits.
Oh, shit's popping off through this
Yeah, if
cave.
there's enough
Yeah,
med kits,
it's
I absolutely
popping.
will drop them for med kits.
Papalopagus.
Alright, here we go.
Yeah, it's better, yeah.
It's right on the other side of the shit.
Alright.
Alright, I'm gonna creep up. Hold on, let me turn my. Right here.
One down.
Damn, okay.
Enemy. Using the decoys.
One's got their shields broke. I'm down.
Rings nearby. Down the...
Oh, shit. Thank you.
Recharging shields.
Oh, it's almost dead. It's almost dead. It's the last one.
Reloading.
Shit. She went around the
Yeah,
left.
right here. She's dead.
I'm getting shot at.
Good shit.
The last one
I'll go
down.
get Grim.
Boom, boom. 30 seconds. Rings close.
U site here for you.
Alright, here's a med kit, Grim.
Close range.
Oh, I got
U
you.
site if you need it.
Myself.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, though. Yeah, definitely. One of them.
Bernie stick.
Rings close.
Oh, show.
2 Bernie sticks actually.
Thermite grenade here.
You better hurry up. That's
Lot
furthest out of the storm.
301.
Storm's moving, Grim.
1 sec.
Oh,
Healing
shit.
up.
Okay.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna run down the. Is there a bigger bag? I still got a
I
dumb
don't know. I
block.
wasn't looking.
Recharging shields.
There's not. There's a use hot, though. Oh, there is a
Looks
bigger
like
bag.
care
There is a big
package is
bag.
coming in. Big things in that.
Sweet. Alright, I'm staying out of the storm. Oh, I guess I'm trying to stay out of the
shit.
storm. I don't know if it's gonna work.
Alright, healing drone.
Oh, I hear
Good
somebody.
drive.
I thought I heard somebody. Yes, it's in the distance. Might be over the top of this hill. Oh, man, there's more than one thing going on. I hear shit over the hill, but I heard like a care package or
Yeah,
something
all
to
the
the
way
north.
back that way somewhere.
Do you want to go back
I
that
might be
way?
hearing
'Cause it
people up
is
here.
toward the storm, and we got a minute and 40 seconds.
Not 100% sure. Doing my music.
Yeah, I hear gunshots.
No, I mean like in here. Maybe
Oh.
not though. Not sure. Yeah, I don't see anybody. We're good. Alright.
I think there's a Bernie stick going off right down there.
Enemy spotted.
I think the fight's right here.
Oh shit.
Oh, they're fighting right in there. Looks like, I think, right?
We only got about 40 seconds to fight before we need to get to safety.
Right behind that truck is somebody. I'm
Alright.
gonna walk right behind him and shoot him.
Okay.
One
Oh, there's a
minute.
zip line.
Rings nearby.
But watch out, there might be more people
They
behind
zipped
me
out.
while I'm behind him.
Nice.
Fired and they're hitting me.
He was facing me. He was a bitch.
Enemy taken out.
I watch that zip line. They might.
Rings close.
Here comes someone.
Yeah, I'm gonna give
That's
us a
throwing grenades.
zip. Oh yeah. nades.
I think there was somebody back over there too. Fuck.
I've hit this one for about 100.
Throwing through my grenade.
There's a blue bag in there.
See him?
Backpack here.
Yeah, she's right here.
Level 2.
She healed.
Coming, Zero.
I am taking fire, friend.
She's almost dead.
Contact with target.
Coming right at me.
She's
got
right
her.
there, too. Okay.
Got her.
Down.
I'm down in the.
Yeah, I'm coming
about
for
to
you.
Come in.
Enemy killed.
I can throw us a zip when I get up.
I got you. Shields up.
All right.
I hope they don't have squad mates.
Very helpful.
Check it out. Care package
Oh
coming
shit.
Zipline deployed.
It's not much of a damn.
There's a purple bag.
Ah.
Level 3.
Oh shit! Behind us, I'm being shot at.
I'll get burnt.
Oh
Oh
fuck!
shit.
They're in the
Oh
storm.
fuck. Oh fuck.
We're gonna
Just
die
go
in the
back. Just
storm.
go. Just go. Be safe.
Oh god.
Just go get placed. Yeah, they just died in the storm. Go get safe.
Only 2 enemy squads remain. I love it.
Oh.
Recharge.
Yeah, that storm takes away way too much.
Yeah, I got 5 kills anyway, so I'm gonna be
fucking
getting
shit.
plenty of
That
points.
Sucks.
Oh nice.
Shit, there's some people right here. Let me heal up
Oh,
real
okay.
quick.
Okay.
Alright,
Oh, I
let's
see him,
keep
I
on
see
this
him.
Bitch. You see him? Where's the
Alright.
thing? Oh, he
He
went
just
there?
ran behind. He
Okay.
just ran behind the wall.
Alright, let's go
He,
get him.
he was still outside.
He's probably by himself. Or there's another
I hope
squad.
so.
Either way, you gotta kill him. Up, he's zipping somewhere. He just zipped away.
Spotted one.
Be careful of that ridge on your left.
Now he's running over there. Opening a bin.
Coming. I'm right behind
Yeah,
you.
watch out. If we get surprised, and it's like a death trap scenario, just grapple away and I'll do my escape and then we'll regroup so we're not surrounded.
Okay.
He's
Look at
shooting
him.
at somebody.
There's
Ah,
another
you
dude's over there. You
Yep,
see the
that's the
dome.
last squad. That's the last squad.
Yeah, Gibraltar mid
Oh
on
shit. Okay, airstrike.
Oh, they're on top.
dude's
They're on
up
top
there.
of that shit.
I did about 100 to the guy on the top. Oh shit, I'm out of heavy ammo.
Oh, there's a balloon around here.
Yeah, it's right. Well, we're in the safe zone. Hey, they have to come to us.
Alright.
They're not in the safe zone. I hear them.
Somebody's right here on that roof.
Got one.
you. Nice.
I don't have anything to shoot at them with. Oh, hell no. Oh, dude.
Ah, I'm fucked up.
That grenade almost killed me. Oh, this fool's executing me. I know you can't. I know you're in a rough situation.
There's a third by the balloon, throwing grenades.
Oh, is
Damn.
were there
Yeah,
three
it
of
was
these
three.
fuckers? Dude, you don't deserve a teabag after
Yeah,
that.
3
shit,
on
kid.
1.
I didn't even realize the grenade came. Took away all my shield.
3 on 1 and he teabags you.
We have our Apex champions.
That was an undeserved teabag.
Yeah, well, we should have got points.
Yeah, heck. Got 160 or something.
That's a nice start to the ranked matches.
Yeah,
That was a
148.
pretty fun game. Yeah, no doubt.
160. I'm bronze 2, finally.
Yeah, I'm halfway to
Yeah, I'm
bronze
halfway
1.
to bronze 1 also.
Shit. One more game and I'll probably be silver 3, I guess.
Oh, cool.
Waka waka waka. Want to hear a funny ass joke?
Waka waka waka.
I cannot wait to win this
Ain't afraid to march, but losing, that'd be a drag.
So I like to have a little fun, so what?
You heard of NF, the
Yeah.
rapper?
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Apparently he's like a Christian rapper.
He gets labeled with them. I don't know that he is. It's more motivational stuff than
And the jump
religious, I think.
Yeah.
Tony Robbins rapper.
Kind of.
The battle begins. The gods bless you.
More like Benny Hinn.
Wait, now who's Benny Hinn?
It's a guy who used to have the infomercials that when you wake up at like 3 in the morning, they'd be playing. Like, donate money.
Oh, okay, okay. I've probably heard him.
Little old guy with gray hair. I don't even know
Was
if
he
he's
like
still
a
alive.
preach,
He
like a
was, back in the day.
televangelist dude?
Enough lying around.
Yeah,
Drop
yeah.
it.
Oh, okay.
Let's get it.
Get it. Oh well, I'll go here.
All right. Oh, I'm opening shit by accident.
Body shield here.
Attention.
Left one.
First blood.
First blood. Good thing it's
I'll
not
take
us.
that body shield.
Yeah, I could use one if you don't find one.
A booty shield? You need a shield for your booty?
Far, hope you like exercise.
Who said that?
Didn't you just say I need a booty shield?
I didn't even say anything about that. I said I could use that if you don't find one. I didn't even say the word body shield at all.
Pretty.
Hey, have you guys ever seen Kung Fu Hustle? It's like kind of a comedy kung fu movie. It's like from 2004. I was just
yeah.
watching it on Netflix. It's pretty good so far, but like, it's like a Chinese dubbed movie, you know? And, oh, it's not even dubbed, it's just got subtitles. But, it's weird, dude. There's like this character in it, and he's like a poor villager dude. And he's all the time like walking around with his fucking shorts halfway down his ass, and he's like every scene that he's in, it shows his ass, and it like doesn't even have any context to the story. It's just fucking there, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? I don't get it. It must be a Chinese thing, showing half your ass all
I
the
mean,
time.
it's probably mocking
I
American
will
very
hip-hop
strange.
culture.
Yeah, where can I hide at? Alright, I'll be right back. My batteries are low.
Oh,
Gotta
like wearing
Yeah.
SAG?
change them.
That's possible.
I got 2 Evas, and I'd like to not have 2
decent.
Evas.
Oh yeah, that's kind of lame.
I got one, I got enough.
I dropped
Here,
one for...
I'll trade you a Prowler for it.
No,
so
no,
we-
I just picked
Oh,
up
you
a
found some, okay.
P2020.
Alright.
Listen up. The ring be closing in 1 minute.
If you really want to give me a Prowler, that would be... But whatever.
Well, yeah, you can have it. Come on. Give me the 2020 though
Okay.
instead of the.
I'm alive.
There's a 2020, and there's my 20 bullets for the 2020.
Rings far and closing in 45.
Thanks.
I'm probably gonna have to run.
There's a balloon here we can take. I might as well loot some
Oh
of this
wait,
shit over
where
here
should
while we're
we
here.
be? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think anybody was over here at all.
That's kind of awesome.
Fuck yeah, that shit's awesome. Oh, no.
Other folks have been here.
Definitely not the first
Yeah,
squad to
these
pass
bins are
through here.
open. Those bins are open. It's probably not even worth going down there.
I was trying to mark a 3x site.
Alright. I don't
These
see
over.
them.
Oh no, it has been opened. It has been opened. Never mind. I was looking
Might
at
as
it
well
wrong.
start running in. We're kind of fucking
Yeah.
far. I don't see anybody to kill. No loot to steal.
There's a jump
There be a jump tower.
Got to satisfy our
Killing or
bloodlust.
stealing, it ain't fun.
If we ain't killing or stealing, I ain't feeling it.
Ooh,
Oh, there's people.
I want to see this birdhouse.
hostiles
Do we,
spotted.
do,
Okay.
Oh, what?
no,
over at
no, right
bunker?
across the street. Do we want to fight them or do we want to run?
I want
can you
They're
ping them
like-
again?
purple box.
They're
real
like
quick.
don't see
over.
Oh, they're in the. Oh, I see. I see.
We got
bunker?
far as run. We should probably
It'll
Yeah,
be
just
there's
tough.
go.
one there.
Because if while we're fighting them,
Yeah.
the storm comes,
Yeah, we'll
fucked.
just go.
That's
Yeah, I'm just gonna
some
fly
traps.
that way.
Oh my god!
flying
that scared
around.
the shit out of me. My own decoy finally ran past me, and I thought someone was trying to kill me. So I was in the box for a minute.
Shh.
I was like, oh,
Yo, don't
shit.
fly toward the
What the fuck
dudes.
is that?
Don't fly toward the dudes, Grim.
Yeah, go around bunker.
I'm just gonna run towards you.
Oh, I didn't know if you'd already flown on the balloon or not. Okay.
No, I was going to, but it was kind of far. It'd be faster to just run.
There's a U site and a circle site.
Close range.
Oh yeah, I have no optics. Fuck yes. Fuck yes, I could use some heavy if you see some. I only got 20 bullets.
Yeah, I got 50 bullets. I'm not doing too good on the
Uh,
heavies.
Here's 40.
Heavy ammo here.
Two. Thank you.
Barrel stabilizer here.
Oh, I did just find me a select fire for my prowler though.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
should be
shit.
popping.
Nice, it's my favorite. Kill
Even
everybody.
without the select fire, I'm enjoying the prowler.
So people fighting right here.
Over there.
Target spotted. Back over there.
Oh, it's
They
two
go all the way
squads.
over to there. You want to go behind, like, past all of them, and then shoot all of them in the back,
How do we go past all of them?
like the way I'm going.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Oh God!
Yeah.
There's somebody right near me though. All right. Oh, he's getting somebody up.
New kill leader. Go on, watch out.
Do not allow it.
There's a guy up top.
That was the last
All right,
one.
let's go kill everybody else. Oh, they're up on the rock.
Up here, up top. I got him. I got him.
I tried to throw an arc star while I was in the circle.
There's
Apparently,
there's
that
no
did not
people
fly
over here.
out of that fucking hole.
Enemy spotted.
Let me get some doubles.
Another
and shit.
U. Okay. Oh shit! I need to heal up. Shields.
I'll take that 2x.
I mean, we can just
Don't
leave
forget
you
those
guys if
people
you
we
want.
bypassed from over there.
I just put a.
Don't forget those people we bypassed that ran through the.
Is there any
mountain
heavy? I need some heavy. Yes.
Yeah, right here.
Nice.
100 rounds. Med kits. Blue barrel stabilizer. Oh shit! We got a book. We got a book.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
those
You
bullets.
guys have any heavy ammo?
Yeah, I just picked up
Here, I'll
some.
throw
Oh
some
shit,
zippity
which way are you
zip.
going? Shit, I already started running this way.
Oh, you guys are
I'll
going the
just-
wrong way.
I'll just meet you there. Well, it's not really the
Well,
wrong
I'm
way.
coming.
it's just flat-
I mean, yeah, I guess. It
I was
is
already
about the
running
same
here
either
before
way.
you tried to zip somewhere else. You could have went the other way. I was
It's just round one. It's just round one. I'd rather
Yeah,
stay together
definitely.
when we can. I
It's
mean,
no fun when
Yeah.
we're separated. Shit happens.
All right, so they have this whole fence set up. I'll wait till you
Alright.
get close, because that might
Go Bazumba.
All right.
Bam, bam, bam.
make them, you know.
yeah.
Here, I'm gonna drop some heavy for you.
That's sweet, sweet.
Heavy ammo here.
New kill.
All right, so there's probably gonna be more people running in. From
Yeah,
the
I hear
storm.
bullets to our left.
Oh shit.
There's
shit.
fighting
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on down here. I just saw bullets
Yeah.
go to your left.
They're gonna be running up here. They're right here.
Yeah, they're very close to us right here, guys. Yep.
Frag out. Shots fired, and they're hitting me. Enemy down.
One sec.
That one's down.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
There's more heavy.
I don't see anybody else. I'm gonna execute this guy.
Enemy kill.
Nice
Fill up my shields.
Standard stock here. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
Shit, yeah.
Yeah, I can still
Shit,
use,
yeah.
what was that shit I needed? Heavy bullets.
Yeah, he just pinged
was none
some
in here.
over here.
There
Give me
was some in
scared.
that one.
There's
Oh yeah, yeah, I heard you say it. That's why I was saying it. 'Cause, yeah.
and there's syringes in there. I just
That's a-
put some. Where we had to kill those. They didn't die on their own. Why?
Do either of you need a
No,
box
I'm good.
stabilizer?
No, thank you.
Nah.
Yeah, I don't know if that second one died on his own or not, Joe.
There's a
But
purple stabilizer
I'm
in
not
this
sure.
box.
Barrel
If
stabilizer.
No,
one of you
no,
want
I
it,
don't
take
need
it. If not, I'll slap it on the
Wait, if
don't
who
need it.
died on their own?
These
the
guys.
guys we just fought.
Oh, no, the Birdman. I downed the Birdman. I got the kill at some point. Either he left or
Nah,
you
yeah, I
guys
killed
shot
him.
him, I guess. But this dude, the other guy, the robot, had a blue shield, so there should be one more on their team.
Okay.
Because, yeah, they
Grim, do
didn't
you need
come
a-
right in the
Right,
box.
that's what.
Do you need a blue
Unless the
stabilizer?
Birdman had a gold shield. No, I'm good. I just need heavy ammo. I still only have 100 bullets.
Alright.
Yeah, that's all I got.
And we're in the same
Get it.
spot as last game. We got less time though.
Seconds left on the clock. The ring's close.
There's a blue heavy mag.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Good. Thank you very much.
You coming back for that, Grim?
Yes.
Oh.
No, I got
Oh,
purple.
you say he's good.
10 seconds. The ring's
Said
just
I'm
ahead.
good. Thank you very much. There we go. Blue knockdown. I might need that.
I could
I
use
don't.
it.
There's a bunch. There's like 100 and something light bullets right there.
Alright, I need to heal up a little bit.
Dude, 3 other squads. We're kicking ass tonight.
Oh, here's a select fire. I need me a prowler.
I thought you had a prowler.
Incoming care package.
No, I have
I thought-
flatline. You have
Right,
a
but
prowler with select fire. That was last game that had prowler select fire. No, I haven't seen a prowler or select fire personally this
'Cause
game.
I,
You had one. And I said, "Oh, sweet, kill him, kill him." That's my favorite combo. But I don't have one. This
right,
game.
yeah, I just thought that when I said that I was looking for a select fire, I thought you said me too.
Round 3.
Oh, I thought you said you just found the select fire. Oh, that was
Oh.
2 games ago, and I said ditto, and then I found one like immediately after I said that for the
Oh.
prowler I had. That was last game.
Syringe here.
Dude's on the roof jumping down.
Oh
And
shit.
still on the roof.
Oh, and they got the gate fence. They're gonna have to move in. I would
Yeah.
just leave that alone. We're just gonna draw all the other squads in on us.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Are you saying avoid them? Yeah. They're coming
Yeah.
toward us.
Alright,
They're
let's
coming toward us.
get up in this building and
Fucking
It's
bit.
not this way.
Well, we don't want to get third
Yeah,
party.
good
get
shit.
defensive.
Yeah,
Go
I agree.
somewhere We can turn around and fight.
They'll have to come to us anyway.
There's a Bernie stick.
One of them was chasing me, so just keep your eye out.
Giving
Bernie
my
stick?
shields a
Oh,
yeah,
they're
Bernie
shooting me. Oh shit.
They chased us. They chased
Are
us.
they here?
On top of the hill. On top
I'm
of the hill.
shooting up.
Oh,
my
fuck.
God.
Grenades in here.
Grenades. Grenades.
Grenades for days.
1 minute before the ring closes. We have time.
Giving my shields a recharge.
They're coming up.
Frag out.
Coming in this door. Got him.
In this door. White one.
Alright, I'm fucked up. I downed one of them.
Up. Get in. Get indoors.
Yeah, I eliminated 1, 2, so there's 1 left. Here he is. Here he is. Oh shit. Oh, I thought that was a different squad. Oh shit.
Another
Somebody else
squad.
is here. Different squad.
Oh fuck.
Oh hell no.
I'm almost dead. Fuck. Oh, they just got somebody up on this
Yeah, there's
side.
2 over here.
I can hear 'em.
Bangalore lifeline.
Been down.
I'm down. Yeah, one of them is hurt pretty good.
No good.
Attention. Remember this.
Yeah, one's coming up.
Fuck, man. Boy.
That was still the best place we could have been.
Yeah. Yeah, we just got too many squads coming after us.
Enemy spotted.
And my fucking audio went out in the middle of the fight again. Oh, we're getting points.
It's a pain in the ass. Yeah, we're doing good. Shit.
Yep. Silver 3 now. Woohoo!
Hell yeah. Oh, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm like 90 points, 89 points away from leveling up.
Silver?
No, bronze 1.
Sweet. Yeah, bronze 1. Well, almost. I didn't load in. Oh, no, I did. You guys just look like you're unready.
Yeah, we're not ready. We're done playing. Fuck that shit.
Fuck that shit, I'm going the fuck home.
Yeah.
Streaming tonight?
Stream is on.
Grapple locked and loaded. So I like to have a little fun. So what?
I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Try not to blink. You may miss me.
Thank you.
So I've been trying to draw a picture for Janina
You're not welcome.
all day.
A Janina picture?
And it just has not been working. The reference I was using was her and Nicole, and I was able to draw like a cartoon version of Nicole pretty well, pretty easily. But I just can't.
You're
I
jumping,
just
by the way.
can't get the picture of Janina down.
What,
Yeah,
have
I've
you
been
tried?
trying all day.
And it don't look right, or what? You go here, or what?
Sure.
Yep.
I was thinking the ship, but that's fine. That'll work.
Yeah. What, it stopped there?
Oh yeah, it seems like it's
Yeah.
slowing down or some shit. I don't know.
I didn't even realize it was there. I'm gonna hit this
Right,
one
I'm
right
gonna start at the other end.
Somebody landed with us.
Oh, yep, they just grabbed the Havoc.
Making contact with enemy.
Oh, I just grabbed the Havoc too, dude.
here. 2020 is not a real gun. Give me a real gun. Oh, fuck.
I'm executing to get my thing
One
back
down.
and to get her energy ammo.
Alright.
Alright. Yeah, all I got is JP 2020.
I hear
Somebody's coming
footsteps.
right there.
She down.
I'm gonna execute her from my shield. No, I'm not. Do it.
Does she have energy ammo? No.
Gotta hop up here. Hammer point.
I too need the energy
I
ammo.
do. Alright. I'm currently running dual Havocs, but that'll change.
I mean, I'm not saying
I
give it to me
do
instead you take it.
sniper bullets and a stock. Do you have your healing drone?
yes.
Attention.
Gonna drop it in here.
New kill leader. Go and watch out.
Oh shit, I thought you were closer.
Somebody on the other side right there. No.
Oh,
I was
shit.
really
Oh, I
far
see
away.
him. I see him. Yep.
Come in here and get it. Come in
Oh
here and get
shit!
it.
Come on in, Grim. I didn't mean to close the
They
door.
just scanned us.
Somebody just
So
pinged
they-
us with some.
Alright, I got it done P2020. Let me know if you find any
Oh
better
well,
light
here.
gun.
Here's. Oh, okay. Do you want Peacekeeper?
I have an Eva.
Okay.
That's my other gun.
Flatline up here.
Light mag here.
So I
Flatline
got the
here.
blue. Oh yeah.
And here, take this.
I'm zipping to the top.
Sweet.
I am taking fire, friends.
They're right below us, I think. I don't know where they
They're
are.
zipping up
Okay,
to me.
I'm going to support 0. Yep, I see one going.
Oh, maybe that was you I was hearing. Alright. I'm coming.
Oh my god, they almost fucked me up. She's gonna push me. Yep. Nice.
That's me. That's me behind you.
Oh shit, I thought I was the last one up and I was gonna have to kill
Somebody
Zero.
else is coming.
Someone else zipping over. Watch the door.
Yep.
Shoot him right away.
Ah, good.
I'm dropping my heal
Alright,
thing right here in the
I'm on
corner.
Give me the recharge. Help draw me if you need.
Send that on my decoy.
Just a second.
Oh, I never killed this robot.
I could use a shield cell if somebody has one.
Oh, well, okay. Never mind, I was confused.
Does anybody have a shield cell they can spare?
Somebody's like hiding
Never
off
mind, there's
the
one
edge
right here.
over here. I can hear them. Are you right behind me?
Syringe here.
We're beside you.
Oh,
Yeah, we're behind
here
you.
they are. They're hiding right
Okay,
down here.
okay.
There's 2 of them.
Where are these fools at, Austin?
Let them
There's one
simmer a little
less.
bit with that fire.
Haha, see ya, bitch. Oh, this other one's zipping. This other one's zipping and tripping. Oh no, no! I thought I had.
Nice.
Oh, woo.
Yeah.
You got him?
Yeah, barely. I thought
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
all
reloaded.
fucked
I
up.
had to reload my
I
shit.
ran out of heavy bullets.
Uh,
Where would his box go? It
They,
falls
they
off.
don't come back anymore.
yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
No,
Oh,
I
they
don't think
don't?
so.
Oh,
my
I
God,
didn't
I'm
know
on
that
full off.
shit.
Sure, can you send me a zip line?
It's
oh,
right
they have
here.
one.
You
Never
see
mind.
this?
Okay. I thought it was gonna be stuck in there. Is there any heavy bullets?
I need
don't know.
shield cells.
I can give you a couple of boxes. Here you
Oh, there's a bag. I definitely needed that.
Thanks. I literally don't even have any in my gun.
go. Oh, I hear somebody
There's
else.
someone
Somebody
coming in.
Oh shit! I need to heal up. I need to heal up. I'm gonna
shit.
go.
He's pushing
I
up
don't
your
know where
left.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna disappear. I gotta go heal.
Oh god.
Fuck! Man.
Right above you, behind you.
I never. God damn
That's
it.
just a bad situation.
Yeah, we're just trapped. If we zipped back, it would have just taken us down that little platform to get slaughtered as well.
Yeah, I'm just kind of. There must have been. Those guys must have landed like, also in the fucking same zone, because like, I mean, maybe they ran back to it.
Fight.
Yeah, I'm just surprised
Yeah.
they'd come back to the corner like that, but I bet they did. I guess they did.
I'm gonna switch it. I'll be back very shortly.
Alrighty.
You want to take it off rank for a sec?
No.
You ain't got it.
I just polished my grapple.
Al got your back. Remember me tell you.
This is your champion.
Good. I'm the jump master.
Good, I'm the jump master.
Oh shit.
Let's get frisky.
We got Bruce Baum
Where
with
does
us.
frisky? I guess frisky means train yard. I don't know. I guess I don't really know. We're just gonna do some train yard. See what happens.
Yeah, train yard sounds
I
good.
all
to
of a
me.
sudden have to go to the bathroom pretty bad. I guess it's a sign of a bad prostate.
Moving out.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I've had times when I felt like I had to go all the time, and then other times I'm fine. I don't know. Stick your finger in your butt and see if it feels big.
I mean, something will feel big. Is this not a safe place? I thought we could talk about these things here.
Oh no,
Okay,
you're
cool,
safe.
cool.
You're safe. This is a trusting environment.
Nice, cool.
I worked at the freaking
Blue
college
bag on me.
or university. They made us
And on your way,
Okay.
if you run through here, there's a white vest.
Body shield here. Level 1.
Oh my bad, if you would have ran through the other, there was 2 white vests,
Yeah, that-
and light ammo, and shotgun stuff, and everything.
Oh, I got a white vest. Oh, that's cool. I got decent guns for nows.
Extended sniper mag here. Level 2.
I really don't know which I like better, like for really up close, the flatline or the L-Star.
Head a mag here.
That L-Star is pretty
It
badass.
is.
RE-45
Do you need a white heavy mag? What are you using?
Yeah, I've got a flatline. I'll take that.
Okay, I got that shit for you.
Let's go this way.
Damn it, I was trying to dibs it, but it pinged a location instead.
Right here on me. I got it.
Yeah, that university where
University where you
thanks,
work.
bro.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they made us like, I mean, they didn't make us, but they essentially sent us an email that told us that as staff members,
Shotgun
faculty
here.
and staff,
Level 2.
that if a student wanted to come to you, like, and tell you something that they were really concerned about, like, I mean, like something going on in their lives, like if they had some sort of personal problem, or like if somebody had sexually harassed them or some shit,
RE-45
like
here.
we were all supposed to like be able to provide like a private, trusting ear
And
to
you were
listen
just like the
and shit.
IT guy, right?
And I'm like, yeah, but they're like all faculty and staff members, and like I was just like thinking to myself, that's kind of strange. I mean, well, I'm supposed to listen to every rando's sexual harassment. I mean, it's not just sexual harassment, but if they were suicidal or whatever, you know, I'm like, dude,
I'm not fucking qualified for
I'm
this
not
shit.
a counselor.
Like,
I'm not.
Energy ammo here.
Yeah, like what am I supposed to be? And like, if you wanted, you could go get a a rainbow-colored pyramid sticker to kind of advertise your office
Eyes out for 'em.
as a safe zone or
What?
whatever. But only
What
if
the-
you're gay. No. but it was a rainbow-colored pyramid, and I'm like, okay. I didn't get the sticker.
I didn't want those motherfuckers to come talk
Not
to
to
me.
be.
Extended heavy mag.
Flag here.
Yeah. Although there were a couple of the well, more than a couple of the students that if they had been sexually harassed, I would have said, "Show me where they touched you."
Just to get some.
Took out
There
Yeah,
were
I
a
was
few
gonna say,
hotties there.
just get some free nudes.
Yeah. I had a fucking colleague, dude, that would
Level 3.
that would sometimes, like, you know, we would have the passwords. I mean, we would like set the passwords, the default passwords on student email accounts, and it was just like their birth date or some shit.
Level 1.
And some students weren't smart enough not to send nudes through their school email, and I had a colleague that would creep on a few of them.
I mean, they kind of deserve
and, like,
it.
and he, yeah, in a way, but like he wasn't like putting them out there or anything. It was just for his
Just
personal,
for yeah, his personal
gain.
stash.
His
I
spank
mean,
bank.
that's
But,
kind of
like,
awesome though. Like, I mean, it's fucked up and it's a violation of privacy and it's whatever. But,
Yeah,
like,
but
to
I know
walk
what you
around
mean.
and be like,
I
"Yo,
know
like,
what you mean.
see that hot chick? I got nude pictures of her." Like,
Some
yeah.
of her titty nipples.
Like,
But yeah,
blue
I
vest.
agree,
Okay,
and, like,
you got it.
one of them. Oh, thank you. Also, though, he would even take it a step further sometime, because like, if he ever figured out their password, like for one thing, like say maybe this wasn't the only way he did it, but like say they came to him and said, "I'd like to change my password on my email to such and such." Like a lot of people use the same password
Yep.
for everything. So like sometimes he could go into their fucking iCloud, and there was the iCloud was a richer source of nudes. It was just funny. Like he showed me like a bunch of fucking pictures, and I was like, okay, I've got to look at these
Yeah.
for evidence. But you're my friend, so I'll never prosecute.
It's like you put me in a real sticky situation,
But yeah, it was
Jimmy.
pretty funny. I had like, me and one other guy helped him set up the security cameras. The public safety people, they were nice guys, but they weren't really tech savvy, you know. And so we had to learn how to use the security systems just in case they needed support. So, like, I was like checking out the cameras one day, and man, there was this chick in the gym. Oh my gosh, dude, she was, you know, she's one of these perfect girls. I mean, she
was flexing
banging.
real hard.
And yeah, and she was like wearing the tight spandex. She had like huge titties, and like she was like slim with huge tits, you know. And like, and dude, I couldn't help but take a screenshot.
You pervert.
As you said earlier. Yeah. But yeah, it was kind of fun. It was, if I hadn't had that asshole
Oh,
boss,
I just got
that
scanned.
outside contractor come along, I'd probably still be working there. Okay.
No,
You know
I
which
don't-
direction?
It might have just been a. Oh, yep, it's definitely Bloodhound. I just heard him.
Our dude.
I just heard a Bloodhound
Okay.
go.
Our
Super
dude.
Saiyan.
Oh, okay, okay, I'm with you.
I thought at first it was a just like a drone, like a.
It's not our
No,
bloodhound.
I
though,
don't
you
think so. I hear somebody zipping.
All right, I'm coming up.
They're up there.
Target over there.
Oh shit! I need a. Do you want to push him? I got no. Oh, I see him. I see him. Oh shit! There's at least two of them. I've got nothing to hit him from here. Dude.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we can wait for Bruce Bomb to get closer. If you want to get closer, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, come on, Bruce Baum. Bruce Baum, what you
Yeah,
doing?
he's
Are you
pushing
pushing
from
him?
outside.
He looks like he's pushing him.
I guess they're in that building using a zip line. You.
Yep.
Yo, yo. Oh, yep. In this building now. Oh, Bruce
Yeah,
Baum just got
I'm
fucked
throwing a
up.
Bernie stick up there.
No!
I'm burning somebody, burning the shit out of them.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm dead. Dude, I had my fucking gun on single fire. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm a fucking dumbass. Yeah, there's two of them just... Yeah. Thank you, Burn. One of them. Hell yeah. Way to go, dude. Oh, behind you.
Oh, there's a dude in here. Who's hiding in the fucking bathroom? Who's hiding in the
no.
shower?
Oh, what? I wonder... I wonder if that's two different
And that's the same
squads.
squad.
See if
well,
you like
they're
hot
getting
showers.
Yeah, Bruce Baum went down like a... I don't know. House of Cards or something.
You went down like a fat chick on a first date.
You were doing good, though.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Do
you.
your
Do your
job.
job. Do your job. Alright, I'm ready up and go to the bathroom. BR Barbs.
Alright.
Yeah. Here I am.
Yeah, you want to switch it to... Well... Fuck. Hope I'm in this
Yeah,
game.
we missed that boat.
Yeah, that's okay. Get us
It looked
another
like
warm-up.
it,
Oh yeah, good shit.
This is my favorite part. You know, I don't take myself too seriously. I don't take myself anywhere, really. Man, I need to get out more.
Pay attention, you might learn a thing or two.
Yeah, I'm posting something on Facebook now. You'll see it. It's fucking funny.
This is your champion.
All right.
I just see your interview. Hey, Chips, what's that look for? I know, Chips, you've been in here all day. I'm back.
We gonna do some hot shit.
Oh, shit.
Going down, down, baby. Your street and a Range Rover street, baby. Cat ready to let it go. All right.
I'm gonna land in the bin that's on our side closest to us.
All right, I'm gonna land in the highest, lowest bin.
You can still make the other bin.
We got people landing.
And that bit right there. Oh no! Somebody beat me.
Yeah.
Somebody beat me.
Saw that. I'm in the highest, lowest bin.
Yep. And I am fucking dead.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Can you crawl off?
Yeah. Somebody else went to go fight him.
Shit.
I'm gonna go in this little.
Ooh, I downed one
coming.
bitch. That was a long range L-Star hit.
There's shotgun in there too. Heavy gun. I got a hemlock with no bullets, and I popped off one burst. You have
Yeah.
your healing shit?
Come on, say hello.
I downed a dude on the roof. I don't know if he had anybody to get him up.
You're getting
or not.
somebody up somewhere around this barn.
I hear a
Sure
grappler.
where-
Oh,
they're
here's
above me,
heavy
I
ammo
think,
up here.
Unless that was you. Okay.
They're on the. No, they're not on the roof. Got you, bitch.
Nice.
Got you again, motherfucker. This time it's for keeps.
Oh, I did 84 to this Birdman.
Oh shit! I'm getting shot up here by another guy. Got you,
Damn,
bitch.
okay, Zero.
There's a Birdman on the ground that's almost dead.
He's coming up.
He has like 14 or 16 health. He's coming up.
He is dead-o.
Got him.
Big up to us. That was the last
Oh hell yeah!
I'm crawling
I'm coming.
around on the ground. I can only get one peacekeeper shot off.
setting shield healing ya.
Yo, I hear somebody else.
I just got Grim up.
I guess I owe you dinner now.
All right, I'm dropping my healing thing right here for you.
Headstrong if you
Oh yes, thank you. I heard somebody else. I don't know where they're
Swapping
at.
up this Eva for. There's a 2 to 4 there if you want it.
optics here. Mid-range.
Oh shit!
Oh, son of a bitch, man. Fuck, they shot us from far as fuck away in that corner. I'm gonna crawl in
Oh,
this
you
corner.
want some, kid? Come get it.
Over here.
I heard this kid pretty bad. I've hit him for about 75 or 70 or something.
Oh my god, they melted me. Mother. Mmm.
Enough, I'm getting shot at.
It's too many motherfuckers.
Too many
I
motherfuckers.
fell off before I reloaded.
We took out more than one. I mean, we took out a squad, and
Good thing that wasn't ranked. This will be
we'll
ranked.
switch it back to Rizzy Brink.
Riggedy rank rank.
Yeah, yeah, that was just a warm up to get our sights. in
Rank
on
it
motherfuckers.
up.
Warm up to get our corns up.
Got enough corns up, I'll tell you that.
Gotta pop the corn and feed the children. Whenever you're ready, Grimbo.
Yeah, so we got flatline skins at the end of it. Oh, I'm not ready? Oh, shit. I thought I was ready. My bad. I was looking at the battle pass. At like the highest level, you get flatline skins. 100 or 100 and 110. I could use some flatline skins.
Yeah.
What's up, babe?
This is gonna be a good fight.
Okay.
This is your champion.
You're gonna see a lot of me.
Oh, let's do it.
Alright, let's do market.
All right.
This might be a good place to land, but what do I know? Follow the leader.
Back hole's the fun hole. I'm thirsty for some A&W root beer. There's a fast legs who just ran past me because he didn't have a gun. And he's lucky because I have a gun.
There's one behind us. There's two behind us.
Attention. First blood.
Get bamboozling.
Yeah, he's in this room, I think.
Fired, and they're hitting me.
This ring.
Downed an enemy.
I need heals.
I got you.
Yo, I hear somebody.
Enemy killed.
I think I hear fast leg. Oh, he's over here. I broke his shield. I'm hurt pretty bad.
I am repairing myself.
Reloaded.
Alright, let that heal up. I'll be right out.
Throwing
I'm with you.
grenade.
Oh shit, behind us down the
Broken
hall.
shield. Fast legs is down legs.
Enemy down.
Hell yeah, there's one more dude somewhere.
Taken out.
Cocky. Good kill, friend.
He's up in the hall.
They're shooting at me.
Oh, I
Oh,
got
shit.
him. I swapped with him.
Whole squad down. Now
Alright.
we can loot them.
That was pretty
And I'll
dope.
have my heal thing back in 20 seconds.
Thank you. Ooh, 301 in there. Syringes. Select fire.
Pop up here. Select fire. I am repairing myself.
I dropped a gold shit in there.
A gold
Body
shield.
Oh yeah, yeah. Thank you. I don't. Threat
Oh, shit,
side.
I'll take it if you don't want it.
I don't need it. By the way, only got a rifle right now.
Okay.
Just show I loot it.
Oh, shit.
Not sure.
Whatever, no big deal. I dropped that off
Excuse
of
me,
my
that's fine.
Nah, it's fine.
Oh, do you want it?
Yeah,
That
nah,
stock
it's all
that was
good.
in there?
It's all good.
You know.
It's fine. All good. No big deal.
Oh shit.
How about this
Another
way?
301.
Ooh, I might. Yeah, I'm gonna swap
And a
out the
half.
alternator.
And a
The
half.
good old alternator for that Joan piece. All right, I got my heal thing back. You ready for some heal things, Zoo?
Oh, was there anything in that box that'll do because of the bottom steps? I forgot to say it. A fast guy? Wait, is this the fast guy box?
Sniper, a scout, sniper.
There must
sniper
be.
ammo.
Yeah, I'm dropping my heal thing.
Pass me that shoe.
Good
I
shit.
only have 15 extra light bullets.
Someone's been digging around over there.
So
Yeah, I only have
Oh.
27.
Well, go ahead. I've got another gun. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were dropping them. Yeah, I've got 18 light, and I've got some energy in my Havoc, and that's all I got.
I have some energy. Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not,
really like the Havoc because of the spin up,
I'm not
but
running the energy.
here's a
Oh,
little
there's
energy too.
150 energy right there.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Attention.
This shit was all
I
looted.
don't even want to carry. I don't even want to carry that much.
It's going
Where's
down
it?
right over there.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're still
I'm
in the
gonna have to
warehouse.
run this.
Yeah, I know. I'm by
market.
myself.
I'm gonna have
just
to
saying
run
that-
this.
Yeah, there's literally
Okay.
nothing.
I'm gonna
going
here.
on.
I'm dropping.
There's nothing left here.
I'll bring it and drop it out there, I guess.
Literally nothing at all. Not a single fucking thing anywhere here.
All right, here.
Oh,
I'm-
okay, okay.
And go fight
I'm
that
trying,
dude?
check-
I'm trying to give you guys stuff.
Attention. Delivering
I was
Oh,
dropping.
sorry, bruh.
Yeah, it's completely empty, so don't even waste your time looking. There's literally not a single fucking thing left. There might have been an empty alternator laying on the ground.
Oh, you don't need.
No, I dropped my light for the energy since there was so much energy ammo in there.
This looks like it's been looted too.
This shit
Maybe
was
there's
looted
something
too.
left.
What the fuck?
Optics here. Close range.
This is completely empty. This building.
Thermite grenade here.
Yeah, where's that popping off at? Back where you were coming from, Grim? Or is it
Yeah,
in
we're
Skull
pinged
Town?
over there.
I think I hear shit in Skull Town as well. I don't know.
Alright, well, you want to go find out?
I'm gonna check these buildings real quick, and then I'll go wherever.
All right, yeah, there might be
Yeah,
something
I
in
only
here.
have
It looks
40
unlooted.
heavy bullets.
Syringe here.
Here's some more light if you need it, Grim.
Yeah.
White heavy. Flat line.
There's more light up here.
Less light.
Damn, I'll take that flat
Oh, there's a
line.
purple.
I have a select fire if you find a prowler.
Yeah, I have a prowler if we find a select fire that is not used.
Purple up.
Ooh, blue shield over here.
Body shield here. Leather 2.
Go ahead, Grim.
What were we saying about purple?
There's a purple box over there. That now is a blue box.
Yeah.
Open supply bin over here.
Alright, you want to go fight these dudes?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know where they're at now. Do you want to just go up here and scout it out?
Yeah.
Maybe they here.
You got bamboozled. Look at you.
There's boxes here.
Let me know if they got a select fire in them.
What
Let me
did
know
you
if they
say?
got a select fire.
Select fire.
Damn.
Oh,
Yeah.
you need one?
There's light over here.
Light ammo here.
More light.
Shit, storm's coming in.
Okay, Joe's going toward the ring.
Taking them out with a decoy.
That's 4 shield cells. Flatline over here.
Flatline here.
Anybody have a lot of shield cells? I just have 4 little ones.
Yeah, I have somewhere I can drop.
I got 6. I'll give you. Okay, there you
Oh,
Oh shit,
go.
I'm
Oh
running
yeah,
the wrong way.
Storm's here. Storm's here.
alright.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna get fucked up.
You can just go up the hill a little.
Oh, I turned around and ran back.
Wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad.
Oh, there's a blue box here. There's 2 boxes here. There's another blue shield here.
Body shield here. Leather 2.
1 to 2.
Optics here.
Some shotgun shells. Oh, there's bullets over here.
Oh, shit's going down ahead of us.
There's a Bernie
I'll trade
stick.
somebody some light for some
Yeah, it's
heavy.
not far at all.
Another Bernie stick. And another Bernie stick.
Thermite grenade here.
I'm good on
Burn
burn
it,
stick.
I got like
Bernie.
300 energy ammo. I'm ready to wreck fucking shop.
This fight sounded super close. Do you know where they are?
Yeah. Oh, somebody's going up the balloon.
Flying towards the dinosaur.
He is jumping over in that direction. Yeah. Oh, I hear people in here.
Yeah, I see them. They're over there. They just ran across over there.
There's also some in this building
guy.
over here.
Oh,
Nah,
still in
nobody's
that
in
one?
here.
I think.
They're on the balloon?
Right there on the balloon.
Oh, he just. Okay. There's one running across over
There's
here.
another
too.
guy that's not on the balloon.
Yep,
right?
here he is. right here.
Balloon guy's probably gonna be coming back.
Shit.
It's a recharge. Killed an enemy.
Oh, there's heavy bullets in there.
Shit. Oh god, I'm
shit.
down. From
Oh,
under.
they're in the street. Shit. Yep, his
Oh,
team
hell.
came back.
Where
Right
are they
there.
on the
Crawl
street?
away. On the corner.
Got caught with our pants down.
Oh god.
Ah, my shit was empty.
Oh, good try.
That
That
was a good
dude,
fight.
when you were fighting them, it was lagging so bad on my screen. It looks like
Yeah,
your enemies
on
were
mine too.
moonwalking over
That's
there.
how it was on mine.
Yeah, that was
too.
bullshit.
Yeah. That was
They were
ridiculous.
taking, yeah, that was some bullshit. Still making the points.
Right back.
You hear,
yeah,
Joe?
yeah. I'm here.
Yep.
Yo.
Yeah, I did fuck up though. When I did my ultimate to go try to run behind that Birdman, I accidentally ran head on into him. That's how he knew I was there, because he just hit an invisible wall. And that's why I turned around and tried to fight me. No! What the fuck? Yo, that is so crazy.
Big things are coming for us.
It looked like I picked Mirage. It picked Revenant, but then I heard a Mirage line when I picked them. You know what? Something, nothing scares me. Whatever. It was Mirage talking. Like, what?
Yeah, that's weird. I saw that shit with the cat you posted.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy.
Motherfucker, that side view looks kind of like one
Yo,
of those
yeah.
fucking capuchin monkeys or something. Like a more evil like an evil looking version of it. It's fucked
Yeah.
up.
This may be the last time you compete.
Oh, apparently I have an emote for this guy.
I'm fine.
He like dances around.
Yeah. I think we landed alone.
Nah. That's impossible.
Just like that time you failed English.
Exactly.
Picked up a sentinel. Should I try to run with it and be a crazy man?
That would be too crazy. I wouldn't be
I
comfortable
feel like
with
it
that.
would be too crazy. Yeah, I can't do it. It's here though if anybody wants to.
Yeah, fuck the Sentinel. That shit sucks. I straight up hate it.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
It's probably a pretty good gun if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, but it just
Yeah,
doesn't fit
you're
my
fucked if
style,
you're
my
up
play style.
close. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
There's a murder kit.
I don't have any heals. Do you have any heals?
There's a Medi
Oh, okay.
me.
I've got one med kit. So.
Excuse me.
Didn't you just ping a med kit?
Yeah,
for
he
Joe?
pinged.
Or did
No,
I
he
pick up
pinged.
one
he
for
took
He
it.
pinged the
He
med
took
kit, and then I
Oh,
was gonna let you take it. Well, I was saying I don't have any heals, so like, what was your heal situation? And you said, "Oh, there's a med kit for me." So then I didn't pick it up.
Oh, okay.
Do
Okay.
you guys want to go up the hill toward the circle?
Sure.
This
I
isn't
gotta
even
should I
looted.
run the
Or-
Spitfire,
Oh, what's not
or
looted?
should I run the Hemlock with the 3x?
Where I'm at.
Oh yeah, I don't know. It's oh shit! I hear enemies. Joe, you might want to jump down because I heard enemies coming up like that middle ramp. I think that bit, you know, down in that fucking part of the lower part of the dam.
Okay.
You mean underneath of us, not like hidden shit, or?
In that little cut between the two parts of the dam where we landed, that little ramp and shit. I think that's where I heard them.
None of this shit even looks looted. Did somebody just throw a revenant ball at you?
Not
No,
me.
portal.
Oh, I hear
Is that a
somebody
wraith
now.
Portal or something. I heard a noise down here, like a wraith portal ended here or something.
And I thought I heard some fucking footsteps.
Quite far. There is not much time left.
Oh, that might have been Joe's footsteps I heard.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
Shotgun bolt here.
Yeah, I definitely heard like a loud ass noise, like either one of those balls revenant throws or a wraith portal.
Somebody's
That's
been in that
looted.
building.
Yeah, and this one too. They probably pussies. They probably ran away. They probably used a portal to like hide from this.
Are you running away from your portal, puss?
3 seconds till it's moving.
That building. They're in that building.
All right, the wall's about to be moving in.
Oh yeah, maybe we
There's
better
a
go.
balloon
Maybe we
around
better
here.
avoid it.
Flatline over here.
They're on the roof there.
Oh shit! I should use that zip line.
Where's this balloon at? You want to just get on the balloon then if you guys don't want to fight them?
I don't.
We
That's
do have
probably
to
a
go
good idea.
kinda
Where's
far,
the balloon at?
so-
Oh, it's over here. It's over here.
Back to where we came from.
Go this way.
Another flatline here.
Flatline here.
Yeah, we do.
Ah, fuck.
Barrel stabilizer here.
I'm gonna jump off until you guys.
You hear that? There's a care package coming down.
Oh, yo, Grim. We just took the
Yeah,
balloon.
he's in flight.
Oh, I didn't
shit.
know you were on it.
Should I take the balloon?
Nah,
So-
you should
I
Take
don't
an
wanna
Uber.
take the balloon. I don't want to.
take an
I
Uber.
want to do it.
Heavy ammo here.
More heavy ammo.
Just dropped the light.
Energy.
Energy ammo here.
Oh shit, we're not in the circle yet. Oh, I just realized that. We're okay. We're not close
Light
to the
energy
shit.
up here. There's a syringe over there.
New kill
Oh,
leader.
shit.
Go on, watch out.
There's 4 syringes if anybody wants them. I just realized I'm carrying way too much stupid shit.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take
Take
one
them all.
stack.
Take them whatever's left.
I don't
need
need them
Take
both,
whatever's
but-
left. They're all you.
Okay.
All you.
All right. Take it.
This shit doesn't look looted yet. More syringes.
Good deal.
Barrel stabilizer here.
A circle. Little shits. Little shields.
I don't need that stabilizer if one of y'all need it.
Extended light mag. barrel stabilizer here.
What color light man? Oh, white. No, I'm good.
Got a hop up here. Select fire.
Select.
I haven't seen a prowler yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen a prowler either. Let's see. I'll tell you what's up here. You guys don't fuck with snipers right now. There's a 2x.
Oh yeah, I can use that.
Light ammo. Alternator.
I'll do that 2x. John.
Blue heavy clip.
I could definitely use that.
Oh, 301. You know what? I'm gonna do 301. Oh shit. Medkit. Medkit.
Gotta hop up here. Double tap trigger.
How do we get out of here?
Gotta go down the bottom. Gotta drop out the way we came up.
There's another 301.
Oh, I fell off. I didn't mean to fall off. Damn it.
I got one.
Walls here. We gotta move like 30 feet to the west.
People might be running from behind us also, so be aware of that.
Oh yeah, okay.
You sight, if I would like the cool you. Shitload of light. Is
Somebody
ammo.
coming from behind us.
I see somebody right there.
Oh shit!
You wanna go
I
crash
really
that
got no
party?
wall.
Do you think he's about to
range.
zip?
guys
He's
have
zipping. He's
Bernies or
zipping.
something?
He's zipping over. Towards
Where?
Greg.
Okay, okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah, towards you. Grim.
What, he turned
Probably.
around?
Oh, did he go
Yeah, he
back?
turned around. Yeah. Well, you wanna go over there or what?
Shoot. Well, now they kind of.
Somebody's got a triple take.
Okay, I'm coming.
Oh, they're being pinched. There's people in the cave shooting at them. So let's make this work for us.
Yeah, make it work. Oh shit! Airstrike.
Recharging my shields.
I think they might have went in that building, Grim.
I'm throwing a Bernie stick in there.
Yeah, and they lined it with
Yeah,
gas.
yeah, they definitely are in there. Yeah, there's a guy in here, broke
Oh,
his
right
shield.
there with you?
I'm burning more.
One's down.
Oh, one behind you in the gas.
Oh, the gas is fucking me up.
Oh god, the gas is everywhere.
Oh, he won't let me out.
Oh
This
no!
dude right here. He's almost dead.
Yeah, the
Get
gas
your
killed
bomb
us.
out
Fuck, I couldn't heal quick
here.
enough.
Yeah, that was the ultimate. He threw the ultimate in there. Fuck. Yeah, that's
Somebody
right now.
shut the fucking. I
Oh.
think
Yeah.
the caustic shut the
And threw
door
a
on
trap.
us, and
He
I
threw a
couldn't get it
trap
open.
down. I heard him
Oh,
throw
really?
it.
Oh, that goddamn bastard! Yeah.
I don't know
I'm
where he was
gonna-
hiding, but he kept throwing traps. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck he was. I
He
thought
was- he
that
was
the down
crouched
guy
in a
went in,
corner.
but there was so much gas.
When you went in, he was crouched in a corner because I came in after you and saw him chasing you, and I shot him, but I could barely move. There was so much fucking gas. I'm gonna stop going in buildings after caustics. I mean, little buildings. Until
Yeah.
you've thrown a couple of Bernie sticks in to clear all the fucking traps out and shit. That's fucking nuts.
So I'm
Nothing
now bronze
fucks.
1.
Got 20 points though.
Yay.
Good shit.
Level on up.
Are you
I'm
streaming the dreaming?
No one's witnessing the pissing though.
Need to get in on this. I wonder if Hop Zone came in tonight while we were in the top 2 or 3 there.
No hype zone tonight.
Hot zone.
No hype zone tonight, zones.
Midday, all good with me.
Not gonna lie, I'm pretty good at this. Okay, I do lie, but not this time. You and me, friend.
your champion.
Chips, I know. I feel bad for Chips. He's just been chilling in his room all day with me. Like,
I'm the jump master. Follow me. I'm
In his room?
no,
What's his
in
room?
this room, in the studio.
Oh, in this room. Oh, okay.
Papa would be proud of me.
In the studio.
Blue T-Town.
Say we land here.
Loud and clear.
All right.
Shout. You want to land at the far end or the
Far
close
end. Let's back there.
Let's explore this way.
Yeah, we'll land
there.
and then we'll come back and kill them. Kill everybody all the way through bunker.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, come on. Climb in this fucking window, bro.
P2020 plan.
There's
I did it.
Eva here. I just took
Plan
a
is not
scout.
going according to plans.
Eva, thanks.
Somebody's here on me.
I hear. I
guys-
think I hear people.
He's got a blue shield.
been
Yep,
here.
covered. Nice.
Reload.
Go to hell,
Be
bitch.
ready.
Beat down.
Oh
Somebody
yeah.
else coming. Two at the. Yo,
He jumped
where'd he
off.
Go? He just slipped us.
Underneath.
He's grappling this way, up to the roof there.
Oh yeah. No, he
No,
went
he
inside.
went in the window.
inside.
He went in the window. Yeah.
He's here.
On the down.
I killed an enemy.
Oh, the beam.
Oh, actually,
Reloading.
take that.
Help run if you need it.
Oh yeah.
And that if anybody needs that.
Repairing.
Attention.
Somebody's right here.
Cheerleader.
Okay.
There's a full vest here, too.
I'm running out of ammos. Is there light around?
Reloading. That must just have been the last one.
Smoked his ass, but somebody else is following him. Light?
I haven't
No,
seen any
seen
spare
it.
light. I've
Ah,
got a clip
I have
and one
0
each
heavy
gun.
bullets. Fuck,
Oh,
I can't use
here's
that
the dude who
fire
just
ants. I
ran
need
to the
the
right.
18 that's in here. Shit.
Behind this building. But this is a different squad because there's a fucking dome over here.
He's shielding up in
Oh
here.
yeah, I gotta go sniper because I'm running out of.
He just ran out
Ran
this
out.
way. Hit him for broke his shield. Oh, there's two of them. There's a caustic or something too.
Enemy killed.
Oh, he's around this corner. Yeah, bitch.
There's a couple
shit.
boxes this way too.
I've got 0
What-
ammo.
What kind of ammo do you need?
There's energy
Any-
and shit in here.
Here, never mind. I'll take this L-Star. I'll take this L-Star. Oh, I've only got 4 rounds in it. I need light ammo if you see any.
I thought. Oh. Yeah, I'm running that.
Here, I can drop
I'm
some.
gonna go get this
I've got 10 rounds
Here, I
now.
just dropped
Oh,
48
I just
light.
got grenaded. There's somebody
Okay.
fucking pushing on me.
Oh shit. I'm running to Grim. Thank you though, Joe. I'll get in a sec.
Shit. I'm not healed.
Close. 45 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not fully healed either. Here,
I think I hear him.
48 light,
That ammo
0.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Do you have a little syringe or anything?
No.
I do. Here you go.
Does any? Yeah.
I think I'm hearing him. Do you hear that shit?
I'm unsure.
I send my decoy across then run. You seeing them?
No. Somebody's being brought back.
Oh, somebody's getting brought back behind us.
Enemy spotted.
Alright. Fuck. I can't even fill my clip of heavy.
Do you want to go after these guys or not?
Yeah, we can do that.
Here, I can drop.
I'm down with the sickness.
I don't know how much I can drop here. Okay, here, already gone. All right.
Come on, get down with the sickness.
I got some energy. Who needed the energy? Joe?
I can use it, but I don't know where this guy went. He must have went in that fucking.
Oh, no, something getting
thing
brought
toward
back over
the-
there too. Shit. Alright, well, yeah, I don't even have an energy gun. I just grabbed it for one of you guys.
Yeah, I mean you can
I
have
don't
it,
need
Joe, but if you don't
I
need
don't
it, I'll
have
take
energy.
it.
Incoming care package.
I don't know where this dude
They either
went.
went to pit or they ran
Came
through
over, came
the
back here.
shit.
Well, I'm gonna check in this place.
You want to do pit
Yeah,
or
that's
you want
probably
to
the
go through
most
the whole
likely spot.
pit? Okay.
It's okay. Looks good.
Feels
Think
like
I
it.
might be hearing somebody. Yeah, 100%.
All right.
Down that guy.
Oh, this guy's hurt real bad. I'm down. All right. Yeah, you got
Close,
it. You got it.
close. Yeah.
There's somebody else.
Oh, there's still another guy. Shit.
Alright, I'm healing up back here.
He's behind that. He's right there on the fence.
They got a purple shield. Hit him for 43.
He keeps trying to put me up.
He's almost dead.
Yeah, bitches. I'm gonna bleed out.
Yeah, I got you.
No, you're not.
Oh,
You
no,
have
I'm
bad
okay.
bleed out time.
Yeah, my bad. I was looking at my low health and I got
Yeah.
confused.
I mean, if somebody like breathed on you wrong, you'd probably die.
7 seconds. I can call my
Ah, note to self: don't run.
Yo, here's
into
Heavy.
Watson fence. Oh, sweet, thank you.
Yeah.
thing in. Yeah, I only got 22 heavies left for my wingo man.
Where wasn't there? Two people? How many people
Yeah,
was
there's
there?
three.
Just two?
Yeah.
No, there's three. There's another box. There's no heavy. There's only
Where's-
sniper
where-
ammo in this.
Where's the?
There's
oh,
120 energy in
Oh.
here.
It's not.
Fuck! I have 0 heals.
Yeah, I
Do
got
you
my
have
bot.
your-
Yeah,
kill
let's
drone?
Yeah.
get the.
All right, me and Zero need it. Zero, hurry up and heal. The storm's coming. We gotta heal like right now.
I'm dropping. Do you guys keep running with me? There
I
you go.
showed
Yeah.
my saw.
I have 0 heals. I'll literally die.
Oh, I have-
if I don't heal.
I fucked up.
Oh, you have heals.
No, I only have one syringe, but
And we gotta run out
took
of
this
this
blue
crooked
armor,
ass
but it's
weird
not
shit.
charged.
Oh, there's
Yeah, I
there's
got
more
you.
energy.
I'm
gonna
dropping
run,
some
I'm gonna
heals.
run. Go
Alright.
ahead, Grim.
Thank you.
And when we get straightened out, I can throw us a zip somewhere.
Yeah, going through there is the best way.
Yeah, I can throw us a zip through. Yeah. Dude, we're kicking
I'm
some
gonna hug this
ass.
wall.
Unlimited
Just to take
resources.
the high ground.
All right.
Unlimited. What? Do you have a lot of stuff? I still have like no bullets and like a Evo.
No, I don't. That's why I was saying limited resources.
Oh, I thought you said unlimited resources. That's what, like.
Oh no.
I don't know what game you're playing. Not the one I'm playing.
Here's a 99.
Yeah, I just found one. Thanks.
Okay.
I hear some bullets.
Oh shit! More shit going down. Anybody see any shield cells?
I left a sweet ass Evo over there. There's a blue knockdown shield in here. Oh, is that a burning stick? No, it's side of shotgun.
Here, I can call in my thing here.
Would you say extra what?
My,
Zero.
Oh, I did. Oh, a shield cell.
yeah,
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I can give you some.
yeah, I have 2.
I appreciate it. One will almost fill me up. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Oh,
You
thanks,
guys
dude.
take them. Yeah,
Oh
take
yeah,
all of
here, Joe. Here, Joe.
them. I got 2 batteries, so I'll be alright.
All right, that's cool.
Good shit.
You can.
You have your healing drone just so I can top off my health? Alright.
Somebody's zipping. They're going up
where's you
the
wanna go? Oh, someone's on the shit.
up the balloon.
Hostile over
Yeah.
there.
That's farm. Oh, the last guy's right here.
Ooh, I knocked the dude
Somebody
off the
else is
balloon.
shooting
I
at
shot, or
them.
one of them. No, I didn't. He just jumped off. I've hit 2 of the guys going up the balloon.
Oh, I
for
thought somebody was
60
coming
each.
up behind us. All right, we got to catch up to Grim. Grim's
Yeah.
by himself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're just now getting on the balloon, Grim.
Shots fired.
Oh, they
Yeah,
are
I thought
behind
there
us.
were people
Fuck,
behind
I'm
us.
burning the shit out of them now. So if you want a bomb on them,
Recharging
Pull my gun out. Pull my gun out. Oh my god. Got one of them. Where's he
In the
at,
building.
Joe?
Guys in here.
Oh fuck! I fell.
Smoke this bitch. So I guess there's one left. I don't know where the last one is though.
45 seconds.
There might be a fool.
He's trying to.
that I down
Oh, he
get
just opened my
myself
door.
up.
Oh, he's right over here.
Look out, grenade.
Oh, arc start, arc start.
Send out my decoy. Fired. Shot at. Pay attention, gang. Not far from the ring. We got 30 seconds left.
Got him.
Yeah. Got him.
Somebody's arc star.
Oh shit! Somebody else here. Somebody else. Two guys up there. 2 or 3. Over there.
All right. I gotta heal up. Shit. I'm fucked up. All right. I'm not engaging
Oh,
right now.
they're engaging us.
Yeah, me too. I broke the shields on one of the hill guys.
Giving my shields a recharge.
But there's 3 of them.
All right. I'm ready.
There's a
Ready to go fuck
blue
them up?
shield if we
Oh.
need to swap.
What is this?
Level 2.
We're in a bad spot.
Yeah, because
Um,
we're gonna have to push towards them.
Joe, let's drop down to Grim, and then we
Purple
can
shield here.
fucking
Alright.
The shield here. Level 2.
They're
can go
far
up this
shit over
ramp.
there.
yeah. If we get down over here, I can throw us a. No, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know
Alright.
really what to do. One of them's there. 2 of them are there.
Oh shit, we gotta
Yeah.
get in the circle though. I'm gonna, yeah, exactly what you guys are doing.
Oh,
I said that's the best call. Oh, someone else
now
is
they're
fighting.
shooting at us. They're all shooting at
Well,
us.
let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, are they? Oh, I have no throttle.
Oh. No. I got a shield up. Zero, you got a heal. Do you have heals?
Yeah, I'm in a
Okay, I'm
fight.
dropping my heal thing right here.
Alright,
Shit.
I'm going around.
Oh, they're here. They're here. They're right
Oh,
on our side.
it's behind us. Oh, goddamn, they're right there.
Recharging my shield.
Fuck. Oh, behind us, behind us.
145 to this
Only
bitch. She's
one of
almost dead.
That is two.
One over
Oh
here.
no, we just got.
Then it was
they
a
were
full
in
squad.
better position than us the whole time. Oh, it was a full
2 of
squad
them
for
were
sure.
just by me. And I was
Now we're
over
gonna 2
there.
squads because we just had 2 here.
Oh, it must have been 2 squads.
I thought it was
Because there were
I
two
saw
on
shooting
us.
somebody else.
Yeah, yeah. Damn, that sucks we got in the middle of it instead of them continuing to fight. I guess we were just more convenient. Oh, silver 3. That was a fun
Yo,
game, though. I mean, we've
Yeah,
done
that's fun.
good in pretty much every ranked game, if not every. I mean, we've done good in all, and we haven't lost points on any of them, I don't think.
I don't know, but that makes me hungry. I should walk this dog too tonight. He's just been sitting on this chair
Yo,
all
one of
night.
my friends just
Good.
One of my friends just posted he got his stimulus check. Sorry, I wasn't trying to talk over you. I was just surprised at the. Oh, it's a fucking joke. It's it shows like a Wells Fargo statement in an app. It's like U.S. Treasury Department COVID-19 stimulus, red tube monthly sub, Pornhub 1A visa transfer. See ya.
If not, well, don't we all make bad choices? You live, you learn, life goes on.
It's only over when it's over.
Got a Pornhub subscription.
Why would you pay for porn?
Yeah, I know.
That's
that
like
seems-
the dumbest
seems
investment
counterproductive.
I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was glad it was
that's
just
what
a
I
joke.
say too.
Oh, we got early ship.
Supply ship over there. Enough lying
If you
around,
search
we're
hard enough,
dropping
you can find almost any of it for free.
Oh, Joe, remind me to tell you about Mikey Marketing.
Mikey Marketing. Sounds legit.
That's what I call him. 100% legit. What are you doubting his credibility? It sounds super legit to me. You don't think?
Take this peacekeeper. Oh. And this bolt.
Oh, is this the lamest drop ship ever?
There's some.
They got a fucking
Yeah,
Mozambique
pretty
and nothing
fucking
else.
gay.
There's a scout here. I got Havoc and Peacekeeper, so
Oh shit.
it's not the worst for
Actually,
me.
I'm gonna hang on to that for now, I guess. Unless nah. Oh, you picked up. You know.
What you want? You can have it. You can have it. I'll trade you
Well, I
for
have
a
this
triple
triple
take or
take.
whatever.
Both of them are just, you know. I mean, if you'd
Yeah.
rather have a triple take, I don't want to take it. If you
No,
prefer it.
I don't care. I
We're
don't.
gonna be
You can have
passing
it. Which one
market.
do you want?
We're good. Let's go in the market.
Yeah.
You wanna do that?
All right. All right. Yeah.
Do you want to try? We both have snipers. Joe, do you have a
No.
sniper too? Because we're on the roof, and I have his triple take. I'm gonna
Okay.
practice being a bitch that doesn't help his
Okay,
teammates
I'll
out.
try to lure them into your sights.
There's a box over there.
Yeah, I hear
I'll
somebody
try
in
to
here somewhere.
get them into your sights.
Around that box.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
right here.
Oh, I hit this guy twice. There's two in the hallway.
All right.
One's got an L start.
One has
Yeah,
a
one.
death wish. He's down. Yep, he's
Oh,
eliminated.
yeah.
He died. He went straight out because
Is
I
it-
killed somebody.
I thought you
Yeah,
said
Yeah,
there
I
was
two
two.
killed one. When
There
you
are
killed
two.
him, did he
I
go?
only got one kill. Oh,
Wait,
you
did he?
killed
Did he
another.
die
Oh,
immediately?
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I got the elimination for
Okay.
the dude I downed. No, he didn't die immediately, but I eventually got the elimination. Blue shit.
There's a stack of shoddy if anybody wants it.
You want this sweet ass
Yeah.
fucking
Oh, hell
what is
yeah,
that
dude.
gay shit? Triple take. I put that in there. Just for you.
Triple take.
Oh, here's all the bullets. Here's a purple shotgun.
Yeah, I
bolt
just
too.
dropped some bullets here. There's a purple shotgun bolt over here, and a blue one there,
Shotgun bolt here.
and a Havoc there.
Havoc here.
See, that was like minimal effort to get all the loot in here.
Yeah, it
rounded
was.
up for us.
That's
Right?
pretty sweet.
It was like, yeah. I think all I did was like a burning stick. That's all I had to do, and that like.
Oh,
killed the
Zero here, I'm
dude.
gonna drop my thing for you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, you know, it makes me feel like the aliens coming back to harvest human bodies every 5,000 years.
Is that what we're doing here? Sounds fun. I think this is empty. This place.
You might see any light. I could
Yeah, I got,
really
like-
use it.
I can
I
give
got
some
50 light
bullets.
bullets to myself.
Oh, alright. Oh, I found a select fire. You might need
I
that.
don't yet.
I'm gonna leave the light in the front of this shit, right by the front of this building.
Okay, I'll come to you. Do you want
So
this
it'll be on the
select
way
fire?
out. There's 60 I just dropped. I have a select fire.
Oh,
Okay.
there's two
Yeah,
boxes
60 is
in
plenty
there.
for me. I've just got a scout.
Yeah.
Flatline here.
There's another flatty.
Energy ammo here.
You know, I'm liking this L star, man.
Already inside this
I mean, it doesn't stop me from liking the flatline, but it's kind of cool to use it sometimes as a different.
energy ammo here.
It's more
Something
bullets for
different.
you.
All right.
Good old Star of Arc.
L starred up.
Oh,
Prowler
Right.
SMG here.
and he's got a select fire if you want to run that. If not, I will.
Yeah, I'll definitely take that. I just wanted to shoot down that box off that dragon.
There's a bunch of energy in here.
Energy ammo here.
It's kind of making me think I should
Oh
run
man,
energy.
now I need to pee bad. I'll be okay.
There's so much of it.
Well, here's another select fire. If it, yeah, really.
I'll put 2 in there, and then I'll have the most select fire when I shoot.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I will run energy. Did you pick up all this energy? No. I will run this.
No.
Here, I'm dropping some more heavy bullets.
And
Over
there's
here
this,
is
if you
not
want
looted.
to
Dropping
have
this, I dropped some stuff over here. Whoever's got it heavy, you should come pick it up.
Mag here. Level 2.
Oh, fuck yeah. Here's another Prowler.
Oh, well, I'm already.
Oh, there you go. So I dropped another select fire, Joe. I
Can you
dropped it in
carry
same
that heavy
building you're
mag
in.
when you come
Yeah,
over?
yeah,
Or
yeah,
no?
yeah, yep. I'll make it work. I'll carry it all.
New kill leader.
Thank you.
Good to be me.
I'll give you some throwables or whatever you need to drop for it.
You did hear me, didn't you?
Yeah,
Jeff,
but I'm
about
gonna
slave fire?
I'm giving up my heavy for you,
Okay.
you guys. So I'm running energy because there was so much energy.
Well, I mean, if you've got a havoc though.
Yeah,
There's a
yeah, you
9-9.
dropped one in there.
Nah,
I
for the
thought-
spawn.
No,
I dropped a
he
99.
dropped the select fire in that building. Somebody's here.
Yeah, I
there
was saying
definitely
if
no
you're running the
select fire.
Yeah,
havoc with
somebody's
your
here.
energy.
Oh shit.
Oh, that bullshit! And he's fucking me up.
He's almost
He's
dead.
fucked up.
Lights out, motherfucker. There's a full blue vest in that building, so get that
Alright.
shit.
Good looking
Get over that. Oh, his friends are coming.
Yeah, I hear him. Where they at?
I don't
God
have any
damn.
heals. Oh no, I
Fuck
do.
out my
Okay.
face, you bitch.
Did he go above
You see
us?
him?
I
No,
thought he was
oh
firing from.
shit. Oh, get that
He
shit.
down.
You got him? Nice.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm down over here.
I got him.
Oh, couldn't even see where you were at.
Wow, very good. Where'd that dude crawl to? Just to find the shit? It's probably him.
Here's more heavy. Here's a blue armor.
Oh, here I got that purple thing.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Here's a U-sight.
Ooh, any U-site? Where's the U-site? In one of
In
these
the
boxes?
box. Blue box. In the blue box.
And this one?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking sweet. Another box around the corner here. Full blue vest.
Anybody
in
got
here
a
if
cell?
anybody's damaged.
Oh yeah, that's all I need. Yeah.
In this box here.
Thank you.
There's a shitload of them. Fuck.
Oh, you're damaged. Too. Oh well, yeah. You take some of them because you're 4 marks down.
Give him my shield to recharge.
Do you have your healing
Yes,
Joe?
I do.
Oh, you're not close. Never
I
mind.
could be
I'll
there in
just
1
use a
second.
Heal.
1 sec, healing up.
Just in case I get jumped on.
You
I
got
already healed up.
Med kits to spare.
I didn't want to get.
again?
Well,
Here's some syringe. 8 syringes, 8 shield cells.
All right, I'm moving on. You want to go Skull Town, or you want to
Here's
go
56.
by the
Heavy.
river?
Whatever you guys are feeling.
All right, river center.
In a van. Yeah, I'm following you, Joe.
let's roll.
Down the highway.
Extended heather mag here. Level 2.
Yeah, good balloon there, Grim.
I'm a real good ballooner. I'm a loony ballooner.
Damn. Okay.
Oh,
No,
you trying to grab
no,
that? There.
no.
There you go. Oh. I left it there for you. My bad. I thought you were in that building.
Optics
There's
here.
a 2x.
Close range.
Better than the 1-2.
I'm good on
1-2
sights.
always fucks me up.
Yeah, that 2X is a pretty damn good sight, the U one. Oh, well, that's the only 2X.
Calling in a lifeline package.
That's what? Now you're not going to figure out. There you go.
Faking him out with a decoy.
Just 4 other squads.
There's a 2-4 here.
Care package over here. Optics here.
I've got one if
Stop.
anybody needs it.
Nah, bro, that's all you, bro.
Gotta hop up here.
I mean, I already
That's
got
right.
one.
Optics here. Close range.
Thermite grenade here.
What is your energy gun, Joe? What happened?
Yes, sir. So I can do that.
Did you get a select
did.
fire
I
for it?
grabbed the one that you dropped in that building.
Okay.
I just pinged
I
him,
hardly ever
think,
remember
right?
to try that. Yeah, you did. I was just that's why I asked him.
There's a hop up here. Select fire. Heavy ammo.
Damn. Select fire galore.
Next ring. I smell a big thermite grenade here. Kinda smells like you. There's that pork chops. Funny.
You got a U-Sight, don't you, Grim? There's one in this building. If you...
I'm all U'd up, yeah.
All right.
Extended heavy mag. Level 3.
Oh,
where's
man,
the rest
that
of
freaking
everybody at?
dinosaur foot freaked me out.
There's a
Yeah,
shit
I'm
ton of
kinda
light in
nervous.
here.
3 other squads. Oh, 1 squad just went out. Yeah, I'm ammoed out. Up
They
in
might be
here.
running in from the circle up here. I'm gonna check the edge.
Oh, yeah,
Maybe they'll
could
be
be.
out there struggling to heal 'cause they're all burned up.
Give them a little assistance.
With the decoy.
Give them y'all 1-2 murder point.
Give me a one.
Damn, and none
Oh,
of
I hear
these
bullets.
bins are even fucking looted.
Here, bullets to the right.
There is a
Oh,
care
where at, where
package. It's over there.
I think they're through here.
Sorry,
I
Joe.
think
Where'd
they're
you
through
ping?
here.
Might be something good this way.
Okay. Hey, Grim. There's fighting.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I'm gonna check in the
Back
shit
in.
real quick.
Cave.
Pretty sure. I definitely heard bullets. I'm not 100% it came from this direction.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm trying to scope them out. I don't see them yet. That door is open. I don't know if they're in
The
there or
ship's
not.
here too, so they might be up there. Yep, somebody just zipped to the ship.
Yeah, I saw that.
All right.
Alright, so I guess we're going on the ship to kill them. The Zero, can you do? Let me see. Some sort of quick zip. What about like from here onto the ship, so they won't be looking
I'll
from
see
this
if
direction?
it'll let me. Oh, it's all red when I try to do it on the ship.
You can't
Hold on,
put
let me
zip
see if I
lines
can-
on the ship, really? I thought
It's.
you could.
I'm trying to find. You probably can. I'm trying to find a spot though. It's not
45
letting me
seconds.
do it,
Ring's not too far. I'm okay with that.
dude. It's not let. I don't see. At least from this angle, it's all red. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck.
30 seconds. Ring's close.
It won't let me do it. I've tried all over that.
Alright,
I didn't
well,
mean to
I don't think they're paying attention. I don't see anybody. You want to
Yep.
zip from over here?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna try to jump up top. Ah, never works. Sometimes it does.
I think they're already off the ship.
Bamboozle 'em.
Rings around the
Yeah, I don't see
corner.
anybody up here.
Possible. I did see
a
somebody
med kit.
over,
Might be something
go
good
over
there.
like there. But I just assumed that was like another group. Probably isn't.
We're at Grim. I see.
Rings
Do you want me to zip us to safety? Oh, here's a zip line. You want to zip off to the circle?
Yeah, we can just hop onto this one. Oh, I missed it.
Might be something good there.
I don't know where they went.
That's
That's the
over
last
here.
place
Is
I
the
seen them. That was a little bit ago.
Oh,
They
okay,
seem to be
okay.
heading this
Circle's
direction.
moving in now, so we gotta be
yeah.
careful.
Oh, I see. Okay, Grim is also moving towards safety.
There's a
I didn't
prowler
notice.
in here.
Let's check
And
out.
somebody's still trying to do the prowler select fire combo.
Not I.
I'm good.
I mean, I would guess somebody would try to climb up
Yeah,
this
that's a-
way.
Yeah.
Game-
I
I'm-
ran this way.
They
right?
might
Yeah,
be right in
game
front of
package
us.
just dropped.
Your footsteps, 100%. They're around
Alright.
the corner.
Yeah, game package was looted. There's a caustic trap in that building.
You got bamboozled.
They're also up the hill.
Give me my shield.
Oh, I got fucked up.
Just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
Yo, we might be getting pinched.
I'm gonna come around the. Oh, there's caustic trap down here. Somebody's going over here.
Okay.
They're going
okay.
to the balloon. They're going to try to fly in. on us.
Oh, okay. I hit him for 29.
Hit him for 44.
Oh shit, getting burnt, getting burnt.
Oh, yeah, they're pushing. Up top.
Oh no! Oh god damn, I got fucked up. They're all around us. Yeah, keep. Oh, you can't keep.
God
it.
damn.
Shit.
Yeah,
I guess it
coming
was
from
2
both
squads,
sides.
surely. I mean, that couldn't have just been 1 squad. That the dude ran all
Yeah,
the way to the
that
balloon.
was more than one. Cause there was definitely a rough, a caustic, a fast guy, and a lifeline that I saw. It
Man,
had
that
to be
was
at least
lame.
2. Yeah, sandwiches in that place.
Yeah, we all the time getting bad luck on on the third party motherfuckers. But we keep increasing those points.
Me?
Alright, I got P. I'll be right back.
I just hope I don't have to fight with that smiling robot. I'm just kidding. He's fine. Everyone's fine.
Pokemon.
Grapple, locked and loaded.
Is that a real song?
Making it up.
Making it up. Sounds legit.
I'm looking up some Pokemon. Is there a pig?
Did you apply for
No,
unemployment?
I'm still getting paid.
Introducing your champion. Pain.
Oh, like your
Yeah.
regular rate?
Nothing phases me.
Oh, shit.
Let's see. Yeah, man, my work's actually being like, I was not happy about like how much I got paid before, but like they're really like coming in clutch during this whole thing. They're paying all employees
That's cool.
Heard that.
an average of whatever their weekly average of hours is. They're paying everybody their full rate.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, that's dope.
Not just HomeSense, all TJX. So TJ
Yeah.
Maxx, Marshalls, HomeSense, Home Good, and Sierra.
So
Nice.
my work, they're paying everybody minimum wage for your average hourly fucking shit. Oh god, I don't have a gun. I'll tell you after this.
Oh, shit.
Bang them if you see them.
Up these other stairs, up the opposite side from these stairs. Oh, and fast legs going out the back.
I'm still looking for a fucking gun. God damn, is there none
Flatline
left?
up here.
I don't think there is.
No,
I should probably
flatline-
use
flatline
I saw a
up here.
Oh,
flatline.
sweet.
I s-
I didn't even see a single gun the whole time. Oh, there we go.
Gun
Gun
this
galore
dude
up
has his
here.
shields broke. He's
Alright.
Crawl towards us. Okay.
running in that room.
Someone's behind me.
Shots fired, and they're hitting me.
The whole squad.
Oh shit! What about the dude?
Yeah. One of them's almost dead. The Wraith isn't almost dead. The fast guy, I guess, is almost dead. Fuck, man.
Oh, good shit. Yeah, heal yourself. It's too many motherfuckers.
Yeah, it was a blue drop. I figured there'd be a lot, but
Yeah, it was fun though. I mean, that was a. It's okay to take a risk sometimes.
Yeah, I like that. With my life. True story, though.
right.
Oh yeah,
I'm
so
just
my
gotta
work.
shoot up some fentanyl. No.
Yeah, yeah, true story. So, my work's paying, I don't know for how long, maybe 2 weeks. That's all they said in the beginning. Minimum wage for your hourly average. But that's not this. I don't know if that counts, but I should still get unemployment because that's not my full rate. So I just applied for unemployment today.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, because, yeah. Well, I'll probably still get it.
Man,
Well, yeah, that's
I bet
I'm
sorry,
how's that
go
even
ahead.
work, though? Because you're still getting
You-
paid. So can unemployment deny you?
Yeah,
But it's
they
not the
can
same as
deny
what you're
you.
making, so...
Well, the rate that they pay you is less than minimum wage, so I don't know how it works in your situation. But you apply, you can get like partial unemployment. Because I know people, when I worked at Burger King, people used to do that. Like, the manager was like a younger guy, and he was very temperamental. So like if he got mad at you, he would like cut your hours. So then people would go apply for partial unemployment, and the company has to pay into that. Yeah, so then the company would pay some of that, and then like he would up their hours again, so they wouldn't have to do that.
I'm the jump master.
So
I don't think you're allowed to do this, but it would have been awesome if I could have, after that temp job at UPS, if I could have gone to unemployment and been like,
Jerry, dumbass ass.
this temp job's over. I think you have to get laid off though. I think you have to be really laid off, not just a temp job ends or whatever.
I don't know.
Oh, well, yeah. Even if you do a temp job, when you work for the IRS, and after busy season, you can just claim unemployment like every fucking week.
Oh,
So not every week, every season.
I mean, you have to pay into it, so you have to have paid enough into.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, if you paid enough into it, then you should be able to collect it. It's just like Social Security, like you have to pay into that shit.
Yeah, I've paid plenty, you know, at my last decent job and other jobs, you know.
You probably could have.
Shit, I didn't know both of you were down them. Ooh. Ooh, yeah.
He's down. He's not.
Oh, damn.
Skin suits are here. So I've been getting a lot of I guess because I signed up for Skillshare, I've been getting a lot of my YouTube ads are for the masterclass, and I just saw one today that Penn and Teller are teaching, one on magic. Yeah, and I've never heard.
What's the master
It's like
class?
a website where they have like people who are like masters in a field teach.
Oh, you were talking about that. That's right. And you have to prove you're a master.
Yeah, well, that was Skillshare, but masterclass is a different different thing. The same type of thing, but it's taught by like well-known people. So like it's a masterclass on magic, so it's taught by Penn and Teller, which I've never heard Teller talk. And he talks in this. I just saw like the commercial on YouTube. I like Samuel L. Jackson has one. Neil deGrasse Tyson has one, which I'm really interested in that one. But it's set up like Skillshare. It seems like there's like different courses, so it's like one class, but it's
Oh, I thought I got that. What the fuck, dude? I swear I fucking grabbed that gun.
I got a
Shit, I got no gun
P2020.
either.
Is there nothing else up here? Shit.
No, Mark, that I saw. I'm gonna try to run to the next building and get a gun.
Alright.
This little shit.
I'm gonna try to cover you, my.
Wait, so how did that whole bottom? There was only
Yeah.
one P2020?
Shit, Mozambique.
Alright.
Where's...
That's
The
crazy, yo.
grams
There was a
stuff.
Ari. I feel like I'm playing with dude. Like, I came in the door before someone. I can still hear the rockets while I'm running in the door. I pick up the RE-45, or at least I thought I did, and then I hear the robot still behind me, so I turn around to shoot him. Turns out he had the gun. And just
They
fucking
just
wasted.
grappled up to where Grim is.
Oh, shh. Oh, yeah, here's a dude.
Target. Fire on the enemy. Reloading.
I'm with you, Jim.
Dude up top.
That robot's down.
That's some pretty good P2020 shooting.
Hell yeah. 2020 and
Staring 'em.
Mozambique.
Oh, so there's two different
fam.
spots. Two different spots.
Okay, I got
that's
the
why I'm
medic
shooting at each other.
down. Yeah, dude's over there.
No pressure, Joe. You just gotta kill 5 people.
Other
Yeah,
side of the
I'm
hall.
trying to
Sure.
get Grim's banner.
I'm just okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to track him. He's getting his buddy up. Getting his buddy up right here.
Don't worry, I got a squad mate.
They're coming for me.
Ooh, last minute.
Just in case I survive this, we can all come back.
Well, oh, yeah, you can just make a... Oh, shit. Ah, yeah, let them fight each other.
Good shit.
Nice maneuver, nice evasion.
I like your moves.
Thanks.
So what were you saying? You would like to take the Neil deGrasse Tyson one?
And the Penn and Teller one will probably be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd like to know some sleight of hand. What's is Samuel L. Jackson teaching English?
I think it's a class on
Motherfucker.
snakes.
Yeah, snakes.
Is he doing the presentation on a plane?
I can only hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just seen like at the end of it, they like zoom out. They're like, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. This is my masterclass, and it like zooms out and shows like a bunch of other like small little things. And I've seen
30 seconds till
Like a
yeah, and
different
I've seen
people.
what's his Samuel L. Jackson's on there. What do I have that I don't need? This for now. Take that.
Man, good escape.
You know, loot? Or, I mean, not loot. Heal yourself?
Yeah, I was hoping I could find a.
just 10 seconds.
How fast so you don't have
Yeah.
to waste it. Probably in that tick.
Just
Oh,
give
yeah,
my
good
shield a
call.
recharge.
Yeah.
Patching
How far is the run?
It's not even on the screen yet. So you can just-
Yeah, down the hill to your right is a revive spot when you get outside the cave.
Oh, there was a vest in there. Oh well. I used
No,
the
of
Phoenix
course
kit,
there was.
which.
You're
take that rope.
Oh, you're okay.
You see that rope? You see that rope? I think you based it right there. That's not bad.
Nice.
Unload it. Shield battery in there.
Oh, tits.
That's the tits right there.
Oh, you got dudes
I
with
hear
you.
somebody though.
Shit. I don't know what to do. Should I pick up the Peacekeeper? What should I do? Leave me
Things are on the
alone,
roof.
girl.
Maybe walk slow so I don't know where you are.
Now they're inside.
Now they're
Yeah.
inside.
Yeah, they can probably see you through that. Ooh, broke the shield for sure.
Leave me alone. Oh my god, I'm so scared.
You're a warrior.
You can't scam me, bitch.
They're trying to peacekeep you from that far? Fuck man. Fuck this shit up. Oh shit. There's still a balloon
God,
up.
50
There's
grenades.
another double. Yeah, yeah. You're almost dead. There's a
Oh,
balloon.
that was awesome, though.
Yeah.
Oh, that was an awesome
I was going to say,
go of it.
shoulder.
All right. You want to leave the lobby and start another one? Or want me to?
Yeah, I
Whatever.
guess we'll have to.
He's being irresponsible with his body and the lobby.
Yes, he is. Very much so. Oh, you invited me. Alright. No, I
Oh,
already
no, I'll
joined
take
yours.
your
Don't
invite.
do
I'll
it.
take your invite. I'll take your
It's
invite.
gonna crash now. Take it off ranked. Ranked. No more ranked.
Yeah, it's on normal. Unlike some people killing themselves with cigarettes, I'm gonna take care of my body with a therapeutic beer
yeah.
here.
Unlike both of you guys, I'm gonna take care of my body with a cheeseburger at 1 o'clock at night.
Hell yeah. 1 o'clock cheeseburger.
Nah, I don't know if we have any cheeseburgers left. But
What did you say those were called? Fast
yeah,
bites?
fast
or
bites.
what? I might check the Dollar General to see if this one has them. Like
Yeah,
my
they're so
local one.
good for the price.
The fanciest of dollar stores.
Like, fuck all that McDonald's bullshit.
Yeah.
Come on, friend. Time to win.
You have
He's out there.
5 belows
Yes,
up
we
there.
do.
It's crazy to me that you can make a $5 gaming headset.
Yeah, I don't know how good they are.
Like I've seen.
Yeah, I've
have you
seen them
those?
there. I've never
yeah,
used them.
yeah, I'm assuming they're a piece of total shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all cheap shit made in China to a certain extent, but I'm sure that you still pay for better quality with the more expensive ones, you know.
I mean, I've bought like at GameStop the earbuds, and they have a mic on them, and that like when we got into the Division, I bought those because like when we got in, I was really excited about the Division. Grim was interested in it, but like he didn't. There's a whole story behind his Xbox. It was his brother's, but his brother like wound up selling like everything but the system. So his mom like bought it back off him, and then like, but he didn't have a controller or games or anything. So when he told me that he had the system, I bought a controller. I bought the game for both of us, and then those cheap headsets for both of us, and we lived on that for months, and they worked fine.
What were they like? $20
Nah,
a
they were
piece
like
or something?
$6 at GameStop. Like they were super cheap.
Whoa, at
yeah, they were like
GameStop?
super cheap, and they worked.
Oh, okay.
Phenomenally.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's amazing. Dude, I mean, if those worked, okay. I mean, okay. I mean, that's
yeah,
fucking
and like
dope.
if you take care of it and shit, it's like it'll last long enough. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, thank you. Oh yeah,
and then
that's awesome.
yeah, so they work for long. But anyway, so the point of that is for $5 or $6 you can get the one from GameStop. if you just move the thing around, I'm gonna swap this hemlock if you want it. If you move the
I'm dropping a 45.
okay, if you move the mic to a different spot, you basically have the. I mean, it's shaped differently. They're gaming headsets, but it's the same price. I mean, the electronics are all basically the same, just in different locations.
No, this is. I'm sorry. This is not the one.
Yeah, the
from
GameStop was like an earbud setup, so like went in your ears and all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
The ones but the ones at Dollar General or not Dollar General, god damn it, at Five Below,
Five Below, whatever.
Are usually like gaming headsets, yeah,
Like,
over the ear type of majigs.
That's awesome though, dude. $5 or $6, and I mean it played all the game audio, right? I mean it wasn't just
Hold on, what's
a
the
mic
problem?
and your
What
That's
the hell's
awesome.
your shit, yeah, you did. Should have left it alone, babe. I don't know how many times I gotta tell you these things.
ammo here.
We have some like sad stuff in there. That like PID stuff.
Flatline here.
Alright, do what you want. Just don't fuck with it anymore.
Well, I'm not gonna try, like, I've read stuff about that, like, burning and stuff, and it's my face.
Okay.
Let's relocate here.
Alright, I'm back. Oh, I have a bunch of
She messing around with the razor blade
Yeah,
wind
she
chimes
is.
again.
I have a bunch of energy ammo I've been picking up. But like I don't have an energy gun, so like
Level 2.
Energy
I also have a select fire. So if you have like a there's more energy. Oh my god.
I got a Hemlock 301 right now, so go ahead and take that blue
Nah, you
shield.
take it, bruh. There's a blue bag up here too.
Man, you always giving me armor like your monkey or something.
Oh, see, look at that. And I get my own.
I need it.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah, I'm down to share. I like everybody to have their own stuff.
I do too. It's funny though, like sometimes you might get mad at. I mean, not not us, but like you might get mad at a random or something for snatching your armor, but like Monkey, you might get mad because he won't
Yeah.
take the armor.
Like,
Take it, take it, you son of a bitch. You're no better than me.
They dropped a care package.
it's like Monkey, we've been running around for like 20 minutes and you don't have any armor on. Like, come on. He's like, no, it's fine. It's fine. I'll take your white one. It's like, no, god damn it, Monkey. Oh, there's an L-Star here. And I have
Star here.
Oh, here's a
180
prowler.
energy ammos I could drop for you if you wanted to run that crazy shit.
I often do, but I'm gonna do the 301 Hemlock this time.
Alright, well then here, I'm gonna drop, I'm dropping a
another
99.
blue armor.
So if you want light ammo, I got a bunch of light ammo here for you. Come down and get this light ammo.
Oh, wow. Normally I'd be like, yeah, I do, but I've got like 107. I'll take a box of it.
I got the plan in here.
Oh, no, I won't. I've got a shitty backpack. Okay.
Alright, I'll carry it for later.
Shitty backpack. There's a flatline if you want it.
Nah, if we find a
Sentinel weapon located.
Havoc, I'll take a Havoc. Because I have another,
You didn't want that prowler.
no, I have a
did
Prowler
you?
with select fire already.
I mean, I didn't take it, but
Oh, Havoc, here we go. Now I can go Sniper McSniperson.
hell yeah.
Flatline.
Oh yeah, I've never tried sniping with it in the select fire. That'd be kind of cute.
Light ammo
So if I can get better sight than the circle sight, I guess I could put my 2x on there. I'll do that. That makes more sense. Yo,
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 yo.
yo.
Transfer to this.
Yo,
extended header
What up, what up?
Nothing much. Broski. Broski with the mouse.
Oh yeah. Browski with the mouski. So with this unemployment shit, there was all this
barrel stabilizer.
misinformation that probably fucked my shit up, right? So I didn't apply right away because somebody that I work with said you have to have done your taxes first because it's based on whatever you filed for last year, and if it's not last year, it's the year before. And I don't know if
I don't know
that's
if
true.
that's true.
You do for the stimulus check. You do for the stimulus
Oh, for
check.
the stimulus check. Okay, so maybe they mixed it up. And then someone else said, doesn't matter when you apply, you'll still get it from the date you were told not to come to work. But when I went on the PA unemployment thing today to finally do it, because I did my taxes like the other day, like 2 days ago, it was like, just the regular ass shit, no corona shit. The reasons, like, it didn't have anything to do with that, and the date that it goes back to looked like it was just like when I filed. So like I wasted 2 weeks for no reason. Basically.
Oh man. Maybe they won't give it to you like the back pay.
Oh, we got people over here.
I don't
Contact
think so.
to the west. Contact
Okay,
to
I'm
the
coming.
west.
Door this way.
It didn't look like it from what I read.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, there's a drone moving around.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be okay, but it's just wasted.
Oh yeah,
opportunity,
too.
really, you know.
Yeah, that sucks.
I mean, there is only so much unemployment. It will run out. You know what I mean? So, like, you...
Yeah, it only goes for a certain amount of time. So I still might
Right.
max it out, possibly, because it's definitely going to be a lot longer than they say. It's kind of like a drug dealer. They tell you 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes they tell you another 5 minutes because they don't want you to go somewhere else. If they tell you right now, like, you're going to have to stay at home for, like, 6 months to, like, 8 months, 10 months.
Word.
Everybody's like, fuck that. I ain't doing that. That's crazy.
That's
So
a
they just hit
window.
you with a little bit at
How
a
come I
time.
can't
You know?
fire
Yeah.
it?
It's a closed window.
I only had to fire a whole clip at it until I figured that out.
What,
Yeah.
a window? It's just a window, Zero. Stop shooting it.
It'd be awesome if you could break windows in this.
Throwing thermite grenade.
I'm burning somebody up there with that thermite. Broke their shield.
Oh, good shit. Yeah, I see it.
Oh, you thought it was
Yeah, I
funny.
killed the one you were.
Oh,
burning.
somebody else is here.
Listen up, I'm getting
Oh, there's two of them.
Not no more, there not be. Oh, somebody.
mid-range.
Oh, that
Shit,
might have
what
been
was
our
that?
teammate doing his.
Come on,
Yeah, that
homo.
was our teammate.
Faggot. Why would you jump in the same fucking car as me?
Here's a 2 to 4.
Yeah, that might be better for the.
If you want it for your sniping.
Oh, his drone was destroyed. So there's people around.
Oh, he just got his drone. Okay.
Hey, you sneaky ass butcher. What'd you do?
I'm being sneaky. I think he's below me.
Yeah, I think he's outside.
Oh, we just got sonar.
I think he's outside. I'm going to the roofy roof.
I'm with you. He's in the shaft. Oh, he's a caustic. I'm coming back up. Coming back up.
Here he comes. And I thought I heard a.
Give him something he don't want. He went to the floor below. Oh, this is 2 of them. Burn, baby, burn!
I'm watching the shaft. Oh, that's a ultimate.
That's what she said.
They come up the shaft.
They're getting far. Oh, yeah, they're on all sides.
Fucking homo.
Oh, I got stuck in this air conditioner, and now I can't crawl off the roof.
Oh, shit. Come on, teammate. You're still alive. See what teammate does. Come on, tree pimp. Oh, that's some bad shooting, kid. Oh, it's real bad shooting.
You guys
Yeah,
dead
we
or
just-
what?
Damn, kid. Dead.
Send me an invite to know.
Almost back to the lobby.
Just join in.
Oh yeah.
No, I can't join the game. Turned off. I could earlier. I don't know why I can't now.
Probably because I'm the lobby leader now, and Joe was appearing online.
That's probably why. Gotta get some points.
Nah, we weren't doing. What's it called? Ranked.
You know, old saying in Texas or Tennessee, Texas, fool me once, shame on. You fool me once, you can't get fooled again. Okay? Leave me alone. Listen to the J. Cole is a song that has it in there. Just heard it. I love it.
Yeah, remember when he like choked on a pretzel and like almost died?
Yeah.
Yo, what?
Remember when somebody took off their shoe and threw it at him during a conference?
Yeah, Bush almost died. He choked on a pretzel. He was like, I guess he was in the Oval Office.
Bin
by
Laden sold him the
himself.
pretzel. To be
Oh,
George Bush Senior?
What? Did I miss
Junior.
it?
Oh, okay.
Junior. The G-Dub. Good old G-Dub.
G-Dub. Hey, let's get a G-Dub on the...
What?
Whatever we're
Alright, so
doing here.
somebody who's gone already, but BLG popped in my Mixer chat and said, "Yo, brother, can you give me the biggest yeet? It might change your life." And I missed the comment, so I didn't say anything. But I don't know if it would have changed my life because he's not. It's not even like he's a premium member, whatever it's called. You can like pay Mixer and be like one of their like VIP people. And he's not that, so it's not like he has like all the money and stuff. So I don't know.
Fucking shitty ramp.
Body shield here.
What's he asking you for a shout
No, he
out?
said, "Can you give me the biggest yeet?" Yeet.
I'll let you keep trying to do that. I was gonna slide down and try to grab him, but I saw you attempt it like 5
I
times.
wouldn't have minded. It would have been
So-
okay. Yeah. So it took pity on me.
I don't want you to like quit the game and leave if I went and took it first.
Damn you, Grim.
It's the L-Star and a Havoc.
Yeah, I
here.
got me a Havoc.
What's he mean
And
by
the ones
yeet,
that
though?
What's the
Yeah,
thing the kids
yeah.
say?
I've heard of yeet, like chunk something out, you know, like yeet it out the window or yeet it or what, you know. But yeah, but like, so what's he mean by it though? In this
He just
case, is
means
what I
me
mean,
to
like-
say yeet super loud.
Oh, okay.
But my
Gotcha.
thing is like he's not like a Mixer partner. He's not like, so like I don't know how it would change my life. I think he's just going around to different streams to see if he can get people to say this shit.
No, he's just trying to change your life, bro. You don't trust
Well,
him?
the yeet.
You don't trust this motherfucker from nowhere? I trust him. He sounds
Yeet to
legit.
success.
You
Yeah.
wouldn't fucking say that shit if it wasn't true.
Extended heavy mag here.
Are you doing energy?
Yeah.
Heads up.
Somebody's already saw him throw a fucking
coming.
one of them
I don't need it,
fucking
Joe. I don't
things,
need it.
a zip line. You wanna go get him?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go down here first and bullets and shit. Turn down
Yeah, I
my
had to
mood
drop
jack.
the wingman because I
Oh,
only had...
they're going for this bin also.
Go bamboo.
Oh yeah. they're-
Come in.
Frag out. Firing. Frag out.
That was a bad ping.
Frag out.
Coming down the hill too,
Oh.
Grim. Coming down the hill on your
I'm
left.
fucking these bitches up. I'm creeping on them. So they're right behind this wall here.
Bernie, stick at him.
Oh my god, I keep missing.
That dude's down.
God damn, how can I miss that much?
Yeah,
Get on top
Birdman,
of
he's
this
got a
shit.
purple shield. I hit him for.
Oh, I got him.
Ah! I'm down here, motherfucker. I can't lock this door. There's only one left, Joe.
No, there's 2 left.
He's
There's
in
2
that
left.
building to your right, Joe. Oh, okay.
Oh,
No.
the Birdman's not dead? Well, the Birdman's probably almost dead then. Oh, I thought he was dead. Fuck.
Ah, man.
Good try, shit. He had that double tap shit.
The Havoc is just so not accurate when you're hip firing.
I don't know how that Birdman was dodging all my shit on top of that fucking roof, dude. That was, I mean, I understand with the L-Star, but with the Scout, it really surprised me. I guess I was shooting shit.
Yeah, I was behind him, and I was shooting him, but then he was like hiding in the front of the thing towards you, so only you could hit him. And I started getting shot by the other dude from behind and he killed me. I got played.
Actually, I'm opening this box real quick. Maybe that'll cheer me up. Blue, white, blue.
That's what she said.
Why would her opening a box cheer her up?
Just opening a box to cheer herself up. Or it could be somebody else's. I don't know. I just heard her say it. I don't know what it referred to.
Okay. Chibs is like being super creepy. He's like laying in our bedroom, peeking around the corner, looking at me. Where I only see like his head and his one paw, like. Oh man, you got up. I couldn't take a zoomed in picture. I was gonna take a picture from like what I see and then like zoom it in. But he got up when I took the picture. Oh, does somebody want a treat? Somebody wants another treat. Oh, I know he does. I know he does. But you can't, bud. You're like throwing them back up. Your body can't handle all the treats you're eating.
Extravagant, that's it.
Yeah, my dog will scare the shit out of me being creepy. I'll go to the bathroom in the basement.
The basement?
And the door will, the basement, exactly. And the door will be shut like almost like 99% of the way. So it's like that thing almost clicks, that little thing that sticks out. And then he'll use his nose on the doorknob to open the door. And then he'll just like lay at the top of steps, like a couple steps down, just like try to listen to what you're doing and peek out. And like sometimes I won't notice that he's there, and I'll like go up the steps, and like he'll be right there in my face, and not expect him. Like, what the fuck?
He just wants to be with you and spend some time.
And I'll be like, you spying on me? You spying
Why are
on
you
me?
shaking?
Sam?"
You want to treat that bad that you're shaking? Are you kidding me? What's going on? What's going on, Chibbies?
I'll shake for some treats.
Will Parkinson for food.
I'll do all the Parkinson's tricks for food.
Oh, he's leaving. He didn't like that joke.
Yeah, that's a cute pic. That's a cute picture.
He's leaving?
Yeah.
You didn't think that was funny? Is that what happened? Dropping an RE45.
I could use it if you're not
Man,
using
it's
it.
going down on
Alright.
the other side of
Get rid of
town.
this P2020.
Oh, shit. I'm dropping an even now also. Alright, we're ready to fucking fuck some motherfuckers up.
Oh, here's
I feel,
bags
right?
in here if anybody needs a bag.
I think
Did you
so.
take that standard stock that was in there?
Ooh, yeah, I don't have
Okay.
one.
Okay.
The what?
Nothing.
Oh, you were the one that said bag.
Yeah, I was
mean?
asking if you picked up that standard stock that was in there. I didn't touch anything in the building, but then
Oh god,
yeah,
that's
okay.
heavy
I
duty
did.
in here. It
I
is
am right
going
behind you,
down
Zero.
hard past
Yeah,
this
I'm
door.
gonna go around the backside.
Ooh, got you, bitch.
I don't see anybody
here.
in here. Are they in here?
I'm in.
Shit.
It's fast legs. He's running. He's in that little shed, I think.
Hostile right here.
He's healing
Shit.
up.
Oh, I hear him.
He's in that
He's right
shed.
around here somewhere.
Nice.
He's not in that shed no more.
Oh yeah.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Thank you, Zero.
Yeah. There's boxes somewhere on the
They're
other side
fighting
of
other
this
people,
shit.
so I'm guessing there's boxes galore, right?
Yeah, there's
boxes galore. Come get some boxes galore. There's a hemlock in here. I'm gonna heal myself.
One sec, healing up.
Oh, I have so many throwables, it's ridiculous. I'm gonna drop a couple grenades.
I'm dropping a couple of shield cells. Right behind you, Joe. Here's another box. Nothing in it but 2020 and shoddy shells.
Hair drawn if you need it.
Flatline here.
I've got one if somebody else wants it.
I don't have it. If we see a select fire, I can use it for my Havoc.
Yeah, there's energy everywhere. Yeah, maybe we should start using energy guns. I feel like none of us use energy, and there's always energy everywhere.
I've been using energy the last.
Yeah. Yeah, they all start.
I
games.
barely have bullets.
I mean, energy-wise.
A stack of heavy and a little more than a stack of light.
We're all inside the ring. Good.
I'm gonna check over here about this respawn shit. See if it was looted.
Yo, enemies.
Oh shit.
Where we
Alright,
were at, with
coming.
all the boxes.
Okay, there's a arc star in there.
Arc star here.
If you want to lead it with that. Oh,
Okay.
hold on, wait for Grim to get back. Here, I got some heavy here. I'm gonna.
I picked up. There was a blue light mag. I picked it
I'm
up. from
committing
you
to
guys.
this.
Oh,
what
thank
I
you,
got.
sir. Appreciate it.
Did you? Are they dead? Why are you pinging stuff? Did you kill
No, he was pinging ammo
Okay.
for me. No, they're over in
Okay.
this.
I'm
I think they're
coming.
fighting somebody else. I hear them. They're in. They might be outside. There's definitely one in a building.
Oh, they're
somewhere
probably
here
up
close.
top here.
Yeah, probably. I'm creeping. Oh yeah, you're right. I believe they are up top on the. Damn, this is
Yes,
so confusing.
100%. 100%. I see them.
Grim's on the roof. Grim's on the roof.
They're above that building.
Oh,
They
there's
didn't-
some
they
down
didn't see
here,
me,
too.
though.
Oh shit, behind me over here on ground level. Or not ground level, right on this little shed. I broke his shield.
Yeah, I got fast legs.
Recharging my shield.
There's a bitch right there.
Yeah, now they're
Just
sniping
jumped
at me.
off.
New kill leader appointed.
Yeah, I see them. I'm gonna go
Broke their
behind
shield.
them.
Taking fire.
Keep her distracted.
I'm with you.
Got her.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
somebody-
there's more people. More people.
99 in this box.
Where's it
above
at?
me.
Where's it at? Oh, I'm down. Oh, on this roof. Two guys on this roof. No, Joe, you're going to get shot.
Oh,
You're going
behind
to
me.
get shot.
Behind, yo, we're sandwiched. Escape if you
Yeah,
can.
there's
Heal
like
up
two squads.
and let them fight each other.
Yeah, there's at least two squads here. At least.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Yeah, someone just came on the backside.
Yeah, heck, if you want. Oh, you're still up. Good shit. Both of you are up. Okay.
Yeah. Do you see where they are? Let's go behind them. Joe, I see
Yeah,
where you're at.
they're in that building.
Wait, are they fighting each other?
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
going
they
for
are.
Zero's banner.
Oh, somebody's right here. He's in.
Oh,
he
yeah,
just
dude
passed
on
Zero's
me.
box.
I got his banner.
Creep him.
Yep.
You got his banner?
Yeah.
All right,
Dude, right in front.
Get,
yeah.
no rush, no rush. We're cleanup men, cleanup crew. What if they pop around this corner, smoke them? There's a couple down at least.
You
Don't
might
let
have
this
saw
caller
us.
see you either. Yep, they're getting him up right here.
Out here.
Yep, at your side.
Nice.
Good shit.
There we go. Clean them up, bro.
There's also a purple box right past that one. Grim, there might be a purple armor in the box past Joe.
I might have just got one. I'm not 100% sure.
You got a blue one.
I guess I wasn't paying. Oh, is it blue? That's also blue. Oh,
Good job, guys.
That blue. Oh well, you don't even need it now. Here's the
All right, here,
purple
I'm
one,
gonna go get.
I've been carrying around that
Cool.
other one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get Zero back, so he can partake in the loot game.
Cool heads make dudes dead.
I didn't see a purple fucking shield anywhere.
No, I just saw that purple box and I thought there might be
Storm's coming in. Watch yourself, Grim.
I think I'm okay. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
I'm right on the
I
cusp.
can see on the map. You look like you're okay.
Oh, there's still more.
Dude, I'm gonna
boxes
run in
here.
to get
Yeah,
some
here-
shit out of those boxes.
Yeah, come back. There's fucking boxes galore, dude. Get some of this shit. Oh, show.
Oh, I thought the circle was closing on Skulltown.
No, we have
I
plenty of
misunderstood.
fucking time to loot and pollute.
Hell yeah.
Any bigger bags?
I just pinged the blue
I
one.
can't even fucking carry anything. All these J bags. I have a blue one. I still. Yeah, here we go. Another set. I still don't seem to be able to carry much.
Oh, we're being shot. We're being
Big
shot.
shield cells.
No,
Oh,
enemies,
shit,
enemies.
No.
Oh shit.
Where they at?
That's oh my god. I don't have another gun.
Somebody's coming around here.
He's burning in here.
Oh, give
Our
me,
fast light is down.
I broke fast. There's another fast light here. I broke his
Then there's
shield.
two.
I'm running toward
I smoked this fool ass bitch. Oh, there's another one.
One
Shit,
behind it.
right here.
Oh! That's a Revenant. Revenant's down.
Nice. Someone was shooting from the back, unless that was Zero. I don't know.
No,
Somebody's
that
shielding up
wasn't me,
over
but I
here.
saw somebody else too, I think.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah, crawl towards, please. Here. Oh, here, fast legs, fast legs.
There, yeah.
Got him, got him.
Yeah.
Careful, I thought I heard somebody shielding
You
up.
got 60 seconds to loot and get the fuck out of here.
All right.
Here, I'm dropping this.
Oh man, that was a rush.
Anybody have big shield cells?
Yeah, I have
zero.
one.
Oh, hell yeah. Here's a U-Site.
I'm double U'd.
Double U's.
There.
Thanks.
Blue heavy. I mean blue light, rather. Small heals of both kinds.
10 seconds.
What the fuck? I thought I just picked up a Bernie stick.
Here's a big med kit. Gotta hurry up. Gotta
Yep.
hurry up. Blue barrel.
Where was the? Is this the third dude?
We gotta
no,
go.
Where's the third
Ring's
guy?
moving.
That fast guy. Where did he die?
I'm not sure. I'm
I
throwing
don't
this
know,
as
but
it.
yeah, we gotta go. We gotta go. All right.
Yeah, I downed him. I didn't
What?
know where.
No way, dude. Did I just catch a zero zip line? Did that just happen right off the bat? Wow.
Go play the lottery, kid.
That's my lucky motherfucking day.
I bet the care package has some sweet gear for us.
Damn, we're all wrecking it. How many kills you guys got?
Two,
Hell yeah.
two assists.
3.
Nice. Got 4.
What you got? Oh yeah.
4.
9 kills. I don't have any assists.
There's a game package dropping in the middle of the river.
Dude, only 3 other squads.
There's a lifeline package that's already looted.
We should probably run towards the fight. There's only it's going down. So there's only 3 squads left. 2 of them are fighting.
I can't hear it over
Okay,
this.
cop this first.
Hold on, let me shut my door. Kim's
Oh,
got
yo, oh, that's a bird. That's a bird.
Oh, you can't hear all that fighting shit? Oh, do I
bathroom
not have
shit.
jinx yet? No, I do.
The
It's,
bathroom door was
uh,
open and the fan was
okay.
on. So I was just
It's to the east.
Kraber's
right
probably
there, but I don't think
fun.
we're in position for it.
No. Okay, one squad just went out.
Oh shit! Where
Maybe
now
they'll
we don't know
start-
where they are. We didn't see them. Shit. Where do
Yeah,
you
but
think it
let's
was? Right
hey,
here, like.
let's stealth mode. Way to the east, but let's stealth mode until the other squad comes in and starts fucking them up. I mean, it's just an idea. Maybe
I mean,
they
that's
won't
a
even
good
do it.
idea.
I don't know.
You don't gotta downplay your ideas immediately. Lifeline care package just
I
dropped
think
over
the
there.
Thank you,
terrible
Joe.
idea. No, I'm just kidding.
So the other squad's over there, or one squad. Yeah.
That was a lifeline one.
Oh, did they just
Oh,
open?
well,
did they
let's
just
go.
open
No,
the care
it just
package?
it just
You
dropped.
know how to get in there.
Oh, behind
Oh,
us.
behind
That's
us,
the
you hear?
smoke trail. Do you want to go?
No, I was
Oh.
asking.
No,
yes.
but you want to just go rape them?
I mean that's where the
Yes.
lifeline package.
I
is,
saw
though,
a
right?
drop.
Okay.
No means yes.
Saw a drop. And
means yes.
it's not on the map.
It seems it's behind that shit, right? Yeah. They might have ran out of the tunnel by now, so be aware. I'm just gonna try to stay near cover.
Yeah, I'm hugging the wall.
Oh, that's the entrance. Oh wait, yeah, it seems like
Yeah.
it's behind here, right? Okay. There's a zip line that goes from there across. Is that
Oh,
people
this
up
is that
there?
shitty
Yep,
spot.
Or fucking plant.
Oh.
It is people.
Oh yeah.
It is people. Oh no.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Can you get me up? I'm right next to you.
I love loot.
Fuck, I couldn't tell. Kind of looked like
Oh, yeah.
plants.
I got
Are you
Yeah.
hidden, Joe?
Zero's get me up.
I didn't know you were down. Sorry.
Head drone if you need it.
Alright, you guys just go back there and heal. I'm gonna come back towards you. Oh, but we're between
Yeah, we might
the
should
squads.
retreat. Yeah, let's get the. You want to get out the way we came?
I'll come. Yeah, I'll come back.
I'll throw
come
you a
back
zip.
with
I'll throw you a zip. Yeah, here you go. Zip right over your head, bro.
They're zipping towards us. Oh, they got played.
Okay.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
They're all shooting at my decoy and shit.
Blade.
Yeah.
Oh, bro.
Why'd the
Yeah.
barrage run away from the zip line? Let's shoot them.
We can give it to them when they run up the hill. See how they like them apples. How you like those titty nipples?
Woo, purple hat just dropped.
Optics here.
I was probably roll if I got though. Also. Also.
Oh yeah, coming down
Oh,
the
there's
Shit,
hill.
people
we're
up
definitely
here.
gonna get pinched.
I broke her shield.
Alright, she's burning. Oh, behind us! Oh, shit! Fuck.
Oh shit.
Oh, nice. Behind you. Cover. Get in cover. Get in cover.
Shoot him with the bullets. Oh, there's another one! Get out of there, Zero!
Yeah, we're getting
Oh my
pinched.
god. Just go heal up. The other squad came. The other squad came.
Yeah,
run
just,
away, run away.
just disappear.
Run away and heal.
Oh shit.
The other squad
Oh shit.
got here. Oh. Yeah, they were
There
down the
was
hill.
another one that. Yeah.
That's how the squad
Damn.
just got here, yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I couldn't get away
That
far
was good
enough.
fighting them.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet. We always, man, we don't always get pinched. Sometimes we win it, but that's a pain in the neck when you get pinched like that. Even though
When
we
you get a
outsmarted the
crab
shit out of
pinch
that
on
one
you.
squad. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
I
we
gotta
yeah
pee
we
up real bit.
outsmarted him for a minute.
I'm a silver now. No romp with me.
Let me do some research here. What is this? This is BLG on Mixer. Looks like BLG is a clan or something. I'm silver now. BLG is on Mixer. Hello, people. It's Big Lazy Gaming. I've had a passion for streaming and gaming. I play all my follower games. Okay, so BLG is a clan on Mixer.
Alright, alright, alright.
So I guess by changing my life, I could have. It could have been BLG ZLG Mechanic. Would have been my gamer tag, I guess.
What BLG?
Big Lazy Gaming.
Big Lazy Gaming, Zero Love Gaming Mechanics.
Streaming is
Of the
our
cars.
passion.
Oh wait, what are you talking about? What that dude was saying? Did you ever find any more insight to the guy? That
Yeah,
changed your life or
BLG is
whatever?
a clan on Mixer.
We're in this together.
Oh, that's how
I
he got
guess.
changed your life? I had a feeling it had to do something with him. You could
What, do
also
they
be
just, like-
ZLG, not just ZLG.
Some fighting.
You could be all the LGs that you want.
Time to win.
We propose a yeah, really. What, I mean, like, what's it just going to be like every streamer on BLG just like, oh, by the way, check out my boys, blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And, like, there's, like, 200 of them, and, like, you have a 1 in 200 chance of somebody maybe looking at your
No,
channel.
it's like it would be a community, so it's like it gives you a reason so you meet people through it. So you find whatever, and you don't become friends with all 200, but you find 10 or 15 people in there that you like. You know what I mean? And then they're more likely to spend time.
Yeah, but with
with
BLG, you're saying.
So I guess if I would have gave him a big enough yeet, he would have offered me to join. And if I would have joined, you know what I mean? I meet some people in there, and then
I can see that.
whatever. Like, there's some people
Where you
on
wanna
the
live?
left side.
Right in the middle? Or what?
Like, the Struggle Bus was a Discord I belonged to, and I found a couple people in there that I'm friendly with, and I still talk to and still follow and still support. You know what I mean?
I think a bad guy landed at the end
Yeah, I
of
don't
my
have a
door.
gun yet.
There's an R45 here.
It's also what I wanted ZLG to be.
Oh, you were who I saw.
Yeah, I mean, ZLG, they aren't streaming like I wanted them to, but, oh, just got smoked.
Alternator here.
Oh, here's a 301.
Oh, fuck.
There's a
I'm
battle
dropping
war
this.
around.
You need heavy bullets? There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I hear. I
think
hear
they're
them.
in
Where
there.
the fuck are they?
Contact with target.
Oh,
Going
yeah.
up there. You don't see him? There. Right there.
Right here.
Oh, shit.
2 down.
Nice.
Third
Right
guy's up top. Son, get in. Get him while he's kicking my doors. Play
Yeah.
himself. You played yourself, bitch.
Congratulations on yourself.
You have your drone?
Yep.
Mr. Joe? You got your droney drone?
Drone is dropped.
Heavy and light.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, light? Here, take, there you go. Take that light.
Where's that third? Oh, never mind.
Shotgun bolt here.
Think I'm hearing somebody.
I hear somebody.
Got one here.
Think up top. I hear
Recharging
metal
shields.
steps. Nope. Right there, I see somebody.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna creep out to him. Wait, I think he's
Oh,
gonna
there's
come in
people on
here.
the hill over here.
He's in
Maybe
here,
I
I
can
think.
L-star his face.
Oh, it's different. Oh, there's multiples. This guy's hurt real bad.
Oh, somebody else. Shit.
Yeah. Joe just took
How do I
another
get to him?
one.
Another guy. Turn him into dust.
Nice.
I hear somebody else.
Yes.
Yep. Oh, in here. Yep.
We're there.
Yep. Yep.
Inside,
Yep.
outside.
His teammates coming in.
Joe hurt him some. Oh, millions
Oh, I got
of
him. Oh,
squads.
it was a whole other fucking spot. God dang.
Yeah, there's a million people.
Holy rapage.
Dude, that was fun though. That was action packed as shit. I'd say we got some points. Yeah, we did.
No one knows what the points would be.
I lost 2 points. No way. That's it.
I made 18.
It must have just been because, like, you probably downed some people and they didn't get killed, you know, and, or something to that effect. Because we were all kicking ass. I only made 28 points. Dude, that Havoc is badass when you get it spun up and like two dudes like decide to get in a perfect line in front of your gun
Yeah, the Havoc can be pretty freaking
and
deadly.
absorb your energies.
I might lose connection for a second.
Alright.
So BLG is hosting a guy. What? How do I get out of this image?
A yeet party?
How many viewers? How do I? This is chatter list. This dude's damn. This dude's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9.
Grapple, locked and loaded.
He's getting a tattoo, yeah. He's getting ink done. He asked for F15, but they do it 30 months.
Seriously? I don't take myself anywhere, really. I need to get out more.
Got a decent amount of people on there.
Right?
Right,
You're
right.
singing right there.
No, I was just counting.
You said Cinco, Stacey. Did you say
No.
Cinco twice?
He's your champion.
No. Never mind then.
Yeah, I was just
retract
counting.
that statement. Yeah.
Dude, you should like make a reverse takeover of BLG and be like, well, I'm ZLG. I'm the leader of ZLG, and you know,
And
if you want to
Z
join us, could change your life.
Way more letters than.
Hop in his
Yeah.
chat where he's got like
Letter number
25 people.
26,
And be like,
bitch.
Way
yo, give me a
further
big
down. Yup,
yeet and you
bitch.
can join me, bitch. Come join my 0 viewers.
Oh, is that what he? Is that what he does? He's all about like giving me a yeet.
Well,
or
that's
some shit?
what he said.
Some
I have no
weird shit
idea
like that?
how it works, but that's what he said. That's what the comment was.
Yeah. Okay.
He said, "Give me
I'm
the
gonna try to do a
biggest
slip
yeet and
man
it can change
move.
your life." And then he said,
Oh, that was his exact
Yeah.
message to you? Give me the biggest yeet, I'll take your fucking yeet
and
ass
then
life,
I
bitch.
missed it. So then he was like, "Mechanic," and then I missed that. And then he's like, "I guess you don't want your life changed,
yeah.
bruh."
Go to hell, you non-yeeting bitch.
Does it not make like an audible alarm when somebody says something? I mean, a notification when somebody says something in your chat?
No,
Can you not
I
make
don't
it
know.
do that?
I mean, ideally, you'd have enough people making comments in your chat where it wouldn't be.
Here's a triple take
Yeah,
and
you
shit,
wouldn't want it.
and hammer point shit. Ooh, where are you at, my pretty?
Dropping his flatline.
Oh, it's up top.
They should make it an
Yeah.
option though while you're building your channel, because I mean, obviously, when you're starting out, you're not going to have 50 viewers or something,
Right.
and it would help to be able to know when somebody's
It definitely
saying
would.
something.
I mean, ideally,
actually-
if you had like if I had moderators, if I had a moderator, everything would be easier. I mean, if I had somebody who was interested in watching my stream for the entire time, because then they can make clips, they could do, I mean, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Rather than me have to stop
This
stuff.
dude, I watched the YouTube after recordings of some of his classic gaming live streams. They're not all classic gaming; some of them are modern shit. But But like he's a pretty big. He has a lot of followers. You know.
Moving
He's
on.
got a YouTube channel that with like 3-something million, and he's got. I mean, he's part of one, and then his live streams have lots of viewers. You know. But like I think he watches it himself, and it seems exhausting, dude. Because I mean, he does pay attention to the game, but at the same time, he very frequently looks at chat and will say thanks for the sub or thanks for coming or by or whatever, and it's a lot. It's a lot of work.
It's not that
Cool, like
bad.
guns in there.
If you because ideally, again, like these people would be here enough that you actually develop a relationship with them. So like, I mean, you look, and also a lot of people play, like my setup is not conducive to looking at chat. My TV's set up above everything, so I have to actually like change my head direction or whatever. So a lot of people play on like computer monitors, which are on the desk along with their chat monitor. So they just like glance over.
Oh yeah,
and
words.
for me, it's not quite.
Double
that.
tap. I could use a prowler. I got a suck fire.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2. R99 here.
Fuck yeah.
Optics here.
2x.
Oh, you know what? If you want that 99 ticket, I found 301.
Oh, I'll take.
I've got a 301 myself.
Alright.
You want it, Joe?
Nah, I got a 99. I'm good.
Extended light mag
Oh, okay.
here. Level 2.
You see a prowler
Take a
anywhere?
dat.
No.
Let's go this way.
Oops.
If we find a spare select fire, I could use it.
Did you dibs that lot mag, Grim?
Oh.
Where did you find a prowler? Yeah, suck fire. You can have it. I don't
No,
know
you're
how
good.
to do that.
Just when we're.
Grim, did
Check it out. Care package coming in.
you dibs that light mag?
You know.
I'll get.
I don't care. I was just wondering if you had dibs it.
I did, but you know.
Go for it. No, go for it, man.
You know.
I appreciate it, though.
About.
Alright, well, I'm throwing down a white one if you want.
Level 2.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
You have a heavy guns yet?
I'm double light.
Thank you. You got a heavy gun, Grim? Did you get that heavy mag I pinged up top?
I already got one.
New kill leader appointed.
I'm moving
Yeah,
in the
I'm-
Grimster's
I'm on your
direction.
6. I also got bullets for you, Grimbo. Heavy
Okay.
bullets.
I could use a little bit. I mean, I'm okay.
Cons.
150. Not terrible.
Are they soaked in oil so the tech
Fire
can't?
that.
Yeah, man. Did you finally watch the Wu-Tangs?
I don't know if I'll ever get around
Because
to
that's
watching that.
that's from that.
I'm
day.
sure it'd be interesting
There's
to
a
me.
dude who soaks the bullets in oil
Oh,
so the gun doesn't jam. Yeah.
oh, for I'd heard it on one of their tracks. I might get. They put it on
There you go.
Amazon too, so if it goes off one or the other, it might still be there if I ever get around to it.
Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
But my credentials not good enough for you?
Prowler SMG here.
And what my Hulu don't do it for
Yeah,
Zulu?
Hulu don't do it for Zulu? Damn, there's so much energy. This is insane in a membrane.
Kill leader.
I'm gonna drop a Bernie stick.
Thermite grenade here.
Yeah. Alright.
Y'all hear people? I think somewhere around this building, but it's not in it. It's kind of far away.
Yep, I just got pulsed.
Oh, we just got pulsed. We just got.
They're all on me. I'm dead.
Oh god, I'm a Oh, I should have went around. I fucked up real bad. I went out the wrong door. Yeah, Joe getting twice as much damage as us.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Alright. I gotta take Chips' dish into the other roomos. Lost 2
Alright.
points. I'll be our burbs.
Alright.
I'm coming in with his dish. I don't know this. No. I'm free and Opie. Come on, bud, you're free, buddo. You're free, buddo. Oh, whoa, whoa, no. Sorry, bud, you can't have this. I know, sorry. That's teasing you. Can't have that. Yeah, I'm checking that now. Is the kangaroo in here? Okay. Sorry, bud. Let's see if there's something I can get. Alright, I'm back, boys. Y'all waiting for me?
I think Grim might have stepped away too.
I'll draw my Pokemon drawing.
He's been gone the whole time, I think. So. You still on the mushroom
No,
drawing?
I fucked the mushroom drawing up. By trying to ink it last night without having with just having my stream lights on. And not having my overhead light. I mean, it's not like it's not as good as it could be. It's not. I mean, I might be able to save it. But I made some lines too thick. So I don't know. Kind of sad.
Yeah, I hate to have something good shaping up and then it kind of gets partially screwed up.
Yeah, it's no good. So I'm actually looking to do. So I was working on a friend of ours' birthday was today. So I was trying to take a picture. Because I came up with an idea. Because she is into art and stuff, and like she's like gone and like done some graffiti some places. There's like abandoned places that, I mean, where it's like, I guess it's legal. It's probably not legal, but whatever. It's not really hurting anything. Yeah. And so she's done that. So like it was like a little avatar of her, kind of. It was a person wearing like a gas mask and a hat and stuff, but they had like a long blonde ponytail. She got really long blonde hair. And they were like, I had it look like they were spraying happy birthday up. And I was going to make it like a wall, but I didn't get that far. And the only cartoon I know that she is into from like her childhood and whatever is Hey Arnold. So I had Hey Arnold on there. And I had the perspective, so like, because I didn't want to do straight on, because then it's like you're looking at the back of this character. So I kind of did like a 3/4 or whatever, so you can see like kind of their face. But then the angle of the wall where they're spraying, I also had like Hey Arnold kind of at like a 3/4, so you couldn't really tell if he was like leaning. And it was a pose where he had like his foot up, so it looked like he was leaning on a wall anyway. So you couldn't tell if he was like a real thing leaning there or he was just part of the art, and I kind of like that. But then I couldn't recreate the feeling of that, no matter how many times I sketched it out. What are you showing? What is this? What is this? What is this? How the fuck did you get this? You can't have this. How the fuck did you get that? That's like in a basket up high in the kitchen. Hold on, let me ask him. Hey, did you do the blue thing that holds like the chew food? Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. So Kim gave it to him. That's not good. That's fine. You can rip that apart. So I couldn't recreate that, so I tried to do. I found a picture that I like on her Facebook. That it's her and actually Kim's twin sister. They're at, when they went out to LA, they're at like a Chargers game. Kim's sister's wearing like some Eagles attire, and the girl Janina is on Kim's sister's back, like a piggyback ride, and like she's like has her hand in the air, like yeah, woo, or whatever. And I like the energy of it, so I was like doing that. And I started at the bottom, so I started with like Kim's sister. Her name's Nicole, so I started with Nicole's face, and it worked out pretty well, pretty quickly. Kind of like turned into a cartoon version of her, and it looks like her. But then when it came to Janina, I just couldn't get it. Like I got a couple things that kind of like resembled her, but like there were things about it that was like gross looking and like ugly. And she's not an ugly girl, but like yeah, just like was like yeah, like there were some things where it was like it kind of resembles her, but like these other things like really make it look like garbage. And I just couldn't get it right. So I wish I knew, and because I suck at drawing people, so I wish I knew like other cartoons that she liked. Like if she liked Pokemon, that would be awesome, because I could just draw my versions of Pokemon. Yeah. Now I could do like a. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go. Janina. Now I could draw like a simple happy birthday with like a bunch of like kind of like the doodle style with like a bunch of like the characters I've already created and drawn, but I feel like it doesn't really make sense for her, because like she's into art, but like she doesn't really do that kind of art, and they're characters that I created that don't really have any meaning to her or any attachment to her or any, I mean, like it just doesn't, I don't know, it would feel weird. So I don't know what to do. Yo. No, I didn't notice. I went through a bunch of her pictures. Yeah. You can make a Bitmoji, yeah. Doesn't make you do it, I don't think. You can have any, like, avatar. Yeah, it's another app that you have to, like, download. Yeah. Yeah, Bitmoji's a different app. Cheese sandwiches are good. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of people. Yeah, I'm up top. I'm up top. Yeah, well, no, yeah, up by the controls. I'm up at the controls. Okay, I'm grabbing this energy ammo. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna hit these bins first. I have 30 bullets in my thing. I'm hitting these bins. I got 30 bullets in my... Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I use 2Xs. Been using like 2Xs all night, man.
What about 3?
Yeah, it depends on. Yeah, it depends on the gun.
I'll take a 3
for a little bit.
If I got like a Hemlock 301, something like that, I'll use it. The 2X is like my go-to.
Okay.
I can put it on any gun.
301. Who wants a 301?
I don't have the bullets for it.
I'll take it because I just don't have.
Alright.
My other gun's a Sentinel, and I'd rather have that than a 45.
I'm moving on. I'm not getting anything
I don't have a
here.
bag yet, so I can't. I got one. Let's see. I'm gonna give some light if you need it. Got 100 bullets. I can give you a little bit. Where was that 301? In here?
Oh, I snatched it up.
Oh, do you need light bullets?
Yeah, I could use. I don't want you to drain yourself. I
What's that
got
guy's
38.
I'm going
here.
pro.
A box is fine.
I got
thanks.
Wingman and Peacekeeper.
Oh, thanks, man. You don't have to give me that much.
Nah, don't worry about it. Is there a heavy gun around? I got this Elf,
I didn't see
really
one.
loving.
Unless it was
Yeah,
like
that's
a
all I
Wingman
saw.
or
I saw
something.
one and
I don't think I even saw
picked it
that.
up. Market is looted, and I just
There might
there
be
is.
some
There's
people
people
left
in there.
over. You
They
see
just
them?
threw a.
Oh shit. Okay.
All right, I'll
They
come
just
to
threw
coming
a
in down here. I just
Oh,
busted
shit.
his shield.
Am
Grim
I
that
near
you're
them?
Coming on his back.
All right,
yeah,
I'm
he's in there.
Got his ass.
Oh,
Little
here.
bitch. Oh,
we
yeah,
just
the
got
gold age
pulse.
shield.
Oh,
Got
his buddy just
played
killed me
with
coming
the
behind you, Grim.
turnaround move.
Coming on your back, Grim. Oh.
Yeah, I fucked him up a little bit. He killed me.
Oh, there's another one coming.
You got him? Alright, I'm gonna.
There's one more guy. Jeff.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, he's on you. Oh,
No,
did you
he's
just
took
waste
it.
I'll
him?
wait and get myself up.
No,
Did you get him?
I did now.
Oh, good shit.
Oh, he's dead? Alright, then
Jacked
I'll wait
him
for the gold
up.
shield then.
Dude, that was a good shot. I'll get Grim
I got
up
him.
unless
You heal.
unless it gives him extra health.
I get them a faster. Here, I'm gonna drop my heal thing right here for you guys.
I guess I already did dinner now.
Oh, thank you. Here, Grim. Here's a.
I need shields anyway, and I can't do it without. I have a
Okay.
pink shit. I'm just gonna use this shit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, was
Yep.
there a flat in there? I forgot, yeah. Oh, this is Gold P2020. You guys like that shit, right? Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this fucking dumb L-Star shit. I forgot that was in there.
2 shield cells.
Sweet. Air 47 energy.
Oh, another flat line.
Oh, the 2020. That's tempting. I'm gonna let it slide this time.
What is happening? It won't let me take anything.
Oh,
It's
shit.
already, it's
Here's-
gone. That's fine. Okay.
Here's shit. Here's a bunch of shield cells. There's like 10 of them.
Oops. 11 energy ammo plus a box here. Oh, wow, I'll take.
There
like,
should be more shit
half
laying
these
around here in all
cells.
these boxes. Yeah, Joe,
No,
no
I'm
shield
good.
cells.
I got plenty.
I already had a bunch and then found more.
Okay, well I'll carry him for now. I got room, but
80
Tell me if
light
you
and
need
the
some.
99.
oh, we all got good backpacks.
Yeah, I need a better shield.
Use a prowler.
Oh, there's another dude up here in this room. In this room. Either that or he went down the stairs. Oh yeah, he's coming up these stairs.
Alright. Alright, just stay alive.
Got you,
I'm
bitch.
coming. You got him?
Is there a better
yeah.
shield?
Heavy rounds. Blue body shield.
Heavy.
Heavy.
15
Shoddy.
bullets.
Yeah, I need.
Oops, I didn't mean to take that. I didn't mean to take that heavy Mac. There's a white heavy. I need it.
I got one. Shank you, Dad.
Oh yeah. Kicking ass.
You want to check the river before we lose it? Oh, no, it's already moving in. Never mind.
Check the what?
Nah, that's at the river, but the storm's already moving in. We wouldn't have time.
Oh,
Skull Town might have people.
I might hear somebody else that's probably a far away sniper shot though. No, no,
2 to 4
it's not
variable.
that. I don't know where it's coming from, guys. It's close by. Oh, getting flown in on. Getting flown
Judging
in
by
on.
the noise, probably over there. Oh, no.
They're up
over
on this
there.
little hill.
Oh, yeah, they're on Gay Rock. Fuck that. I ain't trying to have a rock fucking
Yeah, let's-
battle. Oh, if you guys
pop
want
past
to,
these
No.
I'll help you out, but...
Yeah, we'll probably get
Yeah, I'm
fucked
just
up
giving
shooting
cover
up
fire.
at 'em.
We can go.
Good man. I didn't even. Oh, I see where he's at. Okay. You see any kind of zoom sights I could use them for the
Can I
old
give
Is
you
there-
2x?
Oh, the balloon's not over here.
Okay, I don't have to
Well,
have it.
it's
It's just
on
for the
my-
stupid sentinel.
It's on a shotgun at the moment.
Close range.
Thank you. Oh,
They're
okay.
on this rock
So-
now.
Till I
Yeah, and
find
one of
a.
them is down.
Maybe all
there.
of them, maybe 2 of
I
them.
hit that
I'm
fool
not
for
really
74.
Oh,
sure.
there's a choke.
Alright, well, you wanna go
Yeah, I don't-
get in there? No means yes hole.
No, I'm kind of afraid to. They're stopping the shit out of me.
Throwing thermite grenade. Thermite grenade.
I just got fucked up.
Throwing thermite grenade. Sending my decoy. Getting shot at. Recharging shield.
He's coming.
Shit, he's coming up on you. I'm trying to get to you. I'm trying to get to. Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
oh, I didn't
Yeah, I
realize
thought we
I was by
were
myself.
going to these buildings.
But then when you start shooting, I'm just gonna throw away myself. Up.
Oh, somebody else is attacking him. I gotta. I'm
Yeah,
healing
so
my
leave him
shields.
alone then.
Yeah. Okay.
They're here.
I'm trying to
Just
guard this corner.
call it a special?
Oh shit.
Just fight them. Don't let them. Yeah,
Yep.
fight them.
Shit. Oh, dude, I didn't have my rock gun out. God damn, fuck me up.
Well, I'm down
Fuck.
again.
This might be a
Yeah,
third
I'm
squad,
dead.
guys. I think that was a third squad from the ones that were fighting around the corner from us, unless
Yeah,
they just
no, I
looped
think it was
around, which they might.
another squad.
Helmet here. Hostile level 2.
Man, we're doing good though tonight, man. I think we've had 2 games where like some of us lost points, like some of us might have had points in them. I think we've only had 1 game where we all lost points.
Damn, we came in 5th that game. We didn't even go anywhere. That was
Yeah,
quick.
man. Just
We
keep
started
it,
in
keep it
the
at the home
market,
place.
right? Or no, we didn't start. Market. We started somewhere else and went to market.
But yeah, like
Oh, we did
was
ship.
it the
That's right,
town.
yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We did ship and then dropped off further down. That's right.
Hey, back up. None of that's for you. Back up.
You and me, friend.
Stay away from my cheeseburgers,
I
dog.
wish I had cheeseburgers.
Nothing wrong with looking good in the ring.
It's only over when it's over.
This is your champion.
Just a thought, we could land here. Follow the leader. That's me. Or don't. Whatever. As long as we win. Look at me. Look at me. Look at what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Optics here. Close range.
Oh,
2x.
yeah.
I need it.
Evo shield. Helmet
Got
here.
me a
Level 1.
Havico. Oh, what is this? Oh, a choke.
There's a sentinel over here. Optics here. Close range.
Blue armor.
Here. Level 2.
Oh, that's another 2x?
Let's go.
Yes,
I could
please.
use that.
Some of us are coming
The other people here. This shit's open right here.
First blood.
Okay, we're far away from each other. Just
Dibs.
Yeah, let me go grab that 2x that was over here, and then I'll
Yeah.
grab the other 2x that was over there, and then all the 2x's are the 2x's.
I'm running toward Grim just in case these people get close. Oh yeah, I hear him. I hear him up here, Grim. Somewhere. Grim, they're right around this.
No, I was just in there. Unless.
Well, I hear their
yeah, I'm hearing
footsteps.
somebody. Yeah, I see them. They're right there.
Okay.
Right there. So be careful. He's right behind this shit.
Blue shield?
Another one's here.
Broke his shield.
Reloading. Sending out my decoy.
He went into the other A building?
Enemy
Oh, I'm on my way.
Somebody's running up the roof from
Oh,
the
yeah,
back.
yep.
I'm trying
He's
to
back
walk
here.
up like a sneak.
Got him.
Oh,
Oh,
where's
he
the
went flying. He a dead man.
What happens when you're a bitch?
Body shield here.
Another, thingy-majigger.
Somebody just
Shit.
activate the Birdman shit across the map, I think. I'll come get that vest for show. I need bullets too. I have like
Heavy in there.
30. I'm double light and there's no heavy.
Oh
gun
well,
there.
I can give you some light. Here's a stack of light. Yo, I hear somebody. Damn, I need shields. There's a
got some
hemlock
here.
in here, and oh, thank you.
That's all I got.
There was a
Take that
little
shit.
heavy.
Here, I got one box of light.
Oh, here he is.
Oh, here he is. Here he is. Broke the shield. So this is a different squad.
I got
This
him. No,
is
that's
guy
the
number
last
3.
man. killed
No, he
Chris.
didn't turn
Yeah.
into a
Number
boss.
3.
You're right, but he didn't turn into a boss, so
Yeah,
he's from
you're
another
right. You're
squad.
right. Yeah.
I'm going
yeah.
for that other
You're 100% right.
2x site.
I'm repairing myself.
I'm a dummy.
No. We were both right. It was guy number 3. There's a. Do you want this 1x circle?
Close range.
Nah, I'm W'd up right now.
Right. You want a 1x circle, Joe?
I'm going
That's
for
your
that
health?
second.
I could give you some health.
Second.
I got a
Give him
syringe.
a syringe. Yeah, I could use it. Thank you.
Is that up here? Where was that?
What was that shit? Can you
It
use
was
it?
down there. I missed it. Damn it.
Thank you.
Gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
Here it is.
Recharging shields.
Alright. On my wiggity way to you.
Optics here. L-Star here.
Is there energy over there?
Good shit.
Actually, I got 210. I don't really need it. But I only have.
There is 60
Okay.
energy.
Yeah, I only have like 50 heavy. So.
Dealing with that fitting. Vola nigga.
Were you? Oh, I see. Never mind.
Trap it on the fucking head. The
What's up, babe?
fraggy. There's a
Can I
fraggot
pause
right
it?
there. It's a fraggot.
Opie, come here. Hold on.
Get that fraggot.
Opie, come here.
Don't let that fraggot
Alright, I'm
just lay
taking
there.
my headset off. Real quick.
All right.
You just want me to call Opie?
What's Joe doing? What are you doing, Joe? What you said?
He said he has his
You
headset
just want
off.
me to call Opie?
Somebody's been here.
They left a mess.
Alright.
Shit.
Alright, I'm back.
I'm in danger.
Opie, come here. Opie. Opie, here.
There's nothing here. Shit's empty.
Come here. Come here. Come on.
Boot it out.
Be careful over here. You can die if you land in the wrong spot.
Okay. I think that village is all looted, Joe.
Yeah, 100% lootified.
This doesn't look looted up here.
Optics here. Close range.
Oh, up at the cliff thing.
Come on, Opie, stop. You don't need to chew that on me.
Shield cell here. Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
Oh, fuck the game up. But fuck the game up. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck
Opie,
that
stop.
game.
Stop. You don't need to chew that on my lap.
Close range.
Prowler SMG here. Extended light mag here. Level 3.
There's not any light ammo in there, is there,
Yeah, I
Joe?
think I thought I pinged some. There's a purple
He's a little bit
light
of that.
mag up here. Maybe there wasn't. I thought there was. I saw it somewhere.
Light ammo here. Light ammo here.
Good shit.
Bunch of light up here.
Actually, I'm
Mr.
gonna
Zeke.
drop. I'm gonna grab this.
Zeke to the right. Ah, we went opposite ways. Okay. Earth, mother.
We're coming. We're coming.
Space shit. Ah, yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, here I'm throwing a zip toward Grim. Shit, sorry.
Will be a box.
Got one here.
Stop chewing that on my lap. You can chew that anywhere else.
You know now, it's just us. We got to watch each other's back.
Frag out.
They're running that way, yeah.
Contact with I-Star.
Broke one of their shields.
Frag out.
Watch out, he just caught in a special. Shit.
Broke another shield. Oh, you goddamn bastard. What a sneaky bitch. I almost had that.
Enemy down.
Oh, hell yeah.
Just giving my shield a recharge.
I'm crawling inside, Joe. We got an enemy out here, but he's cautious. He's probably going to try to get his dude up.
Oh, over there. Fuck!
Good try.
I thought he was like in the. Fuck! I should have known when you said he's cautious. I should have known he wasn't close to the building. Opie, get off me! Come on, dog. What are you doing?
Good damage, Zero. 700.
Thanks, man. I was chasing this fucker, and he swapped out his blue shield for a purple shield, and I emptied the 99 at him and busted his shield and hurt him, and I ducked around the corner to reload it, and then he swapped back for the fucking blue shield, and he had a fresh shield, and I was like, God damn it. And then he defeated me.
Wait, he did blue for purple for another blue?
He did blue for
Triple
purple,
switch?
and it dropped. No, he had a blue on, and I might have hit him a little bit with it, right? But he snatched up a purple, and then I broke his purple and went to reload, and then he picked his blue back up so he had fresh shield again. After I'd just done 100 damage on the purple, I was like, fuck.
Oh, that sucks.
I just got one or two more in me. I'm
Yeah, ditto.
getting kind of lizate. Man, we've been doing good tonight, dude. This is one of the best nights we've ever had on competitive.
Has it?
Maybe the best night. I mean, we've won it. You know, we've had games where we've won competitive before, but I mean, as far as like
And
total number of
consistency,
points,
yeah, I think this is probably the best,
Yeah, we're getting
best
points.
consistent
yeah, consistency.
night that we've had.
You're getting points pretty much every game.
Yeah,
We
that's-
also are
that's-
better now than we
been
were.
rare
You know what I
in
mean?
the
Like,
past.
we're technically
that's
silver rank, and we were playing through bronze. Well, I don't know. You guys were silver at the start of tonight. So.
And we also didn't play rank for a long ass time. So we're probably the level of at least gold. Minimum, I would guess. All of us.
I hope so. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely
I
better.
mean, because we barely played rank, so we're probably playing with like noobs.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't start out as silver, Joe.
No,
Just,
but tonight.
we just played a night
Because
when you weren't on. And,
Yeah, no, I know,
Kept
but-
taking us back
I know,
to
but
fucking
tonight-
level every time.
Right, I know, but
season.
tonight you were silver, right?
oh, tonight,
I
yes,
think
yeah.
you go in
Yeah.
the level of the highest person on the team. So even though I was bronze, if somebody was
yeah.
silver, then we're playing.
Yeah.
Then we were playing in silver all night.
Hold your breath.
I think you're
That's
right,
right.
because
Yes,
they
I'm
lose points.
silver. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was silver at
Right.
the start of the day, so that makes sense.
Because you can't bring somebody better back into a noob lobby, but you can bring a noob into a better lobby.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Those fucking noobs.
Yes. Although it is a lot of fun to make a new gamer tag and play with a bunch of noobs.
I was thinking about doing
It's
that. I
a
feel like
lot
I
of
would
fun.
just be like indestructible, wrecking like millions of motherfuckers.
Some pub stomping.
Yeah, I feel like everybody would just like instantly die, and there
As
would be
soon
nothing
as
they
you
could do about
land,
it.
it's just like a nuke goes off and they're all fucking corpses.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's really
I feel like
fun.
that's what it would
Oh, I
be
hear
like.
people. I hear people over here.
All I have is a peacekeeper.
I
I'm
got
gonna
no
do a bit.
armor.
Hopefully there'll be something cool. I feel like
Yeah,
there's
he's
a bunch
running
of
around the
armor.
building. Oh, this guy's
Hope
got
you
no
don't
gun.
back up, bitch.
Got him.
You had a gun.
And that was with the triple take. I was shooting
this shield.
motherfuckers.
Shielding my bitch ass up.
Dude behind that wall over there.
Alright.
Oh,
Somebody
he's
else is
zipping
right
across?
here.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no, maybe that's you.
Oh, I just hit him for a little. Okay, yeah, you got one down low, too. Coming upstairs. Coming upstairs in the room with you.
Surprise, motherfucker, 120. Finish him. There you
But
go.
he didn't die.
That was a good surprise,
Oh,
motherfucker.
dude's getting his buddy up down
Yeah.
here.
You are wonderful. Thank you.
Where at?
Oh, he had a self
Behind
res.
the building. Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought, wow.
We took out the champion. It went so tough.
Oh, I'm down.
Oh,
on my-
I'm coming. Where are you? Where are you? Where?
I thought you wanted to chill on the ground. My bad.
No,
That was a
chilling.
misunderstanding. Wait, what's my other gun? I forget. I have 2 light guns. Alright. There we go. I put
Who done?
99 in this box. You want it?
Can you throw down that
Yeah.
bot of healing?
Optics here. Close range.
Come on, Mister. Say
I
hello.
was wrecking shop with the triple take there.
1 minute. The ring isn't far.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's not bad,
Yeah,
really,
we-
even
we
for
can
kind
get
of
it, triple
close
take.
range.
Backpack here.
That's a 99. You got that 99, yeah?
Oh, I guess I'll take that. Thank you.
It was in the box. I mean,
Yep.
I just assume you want it because I know you like 99.
I'm dropping.
I've kind of figured one of you guys were going to get it.
Drop some shit there.
I took it though. Yeah, thank you.
Drop some light ammo there.
Another 301 here, also.
I dropped like 80 light bullets down here. If anybody wants it.
Yeah, I'll take it. You need some of them, Grim?
Grim, you don't want this blue bag
I'm
over here?
Because I've got 140. I mean,
I assume Zero's going to take it. You
Nah,
can take
he's
it.
got one.
I've got one. I've got one.
Ring is basically knocking
Yeah.
on the door.
Fancy guy with the blue bag. So, wait, was that an enemy that just
No,
hit
that was
Or
us.
one of you guys?
No, it's in that.
I might
in there.
regret
Oh no,
keeping
no.
Okay.
this
Heard you.
So it was.
sniper.
So that blue bag's on the
No,
roof?
it's in the bin.
Blue bags
Middle
in that
floor.
bin that I. That one.
Oh, in
Yeah,
the bin out
that you
front.
pinged.
Okay. I will get it.
Spitfire here.
Optics here. Close range.
Fuck yeah.
Care package being delivered.
Care package coming in.
Joe, would you mind throwing out your healing bot one more time, just so we don't have?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
yeah,
have a
yeah,
syringe,
yeah.
but. Oh, here. I'm sorry.
Health
Uh,
drop if you need it.
I didn't
Oh,
mean
shit.
to snatch that up.
Grim's
Here
not
we go.
even around you.
No, you can
Oh,
have it.
did you ping it? Maybe, I don't.
He
I
was
did
the one
it
that
before I
locked
grabbed it, but go ahead, grab
No,
it.
you can have it. Go
Give it.
for it.
No, you can have it. Don't worry about it.
Heavy ammo here.
There's 60 heavy rounds. Ooh, there's a prowler though. No, I'm gonna stick to sniper. I'm gonna try sniper this game.
R99 here.
It worked so well in that first fight. Enabled me to get 3 kills.
There's a lot of ammo up there,
So
too.
I'm happy.
I'm good on ammos. Oh shit!
Joe,
There's
you need
somebody else
any
here. That shit's
Oh,
fucking
come-
all looted.
come.
All these bins. I don't see them, but there's empty bins. So
It
they're
might have been the
probably, like,
squad that we
down
fought.
in this shit somewhere being bitches.
Decoy.
I
yeah,
feel like
could
they
be.
were there too quick to be that squad. What do you think? They looted
Yeah,
all
that's
this shit down
possible,
here and
too.
then
It
ran
was
over
quick.
there. You think
I mean, yeah,
you could have did that?
I don't see why not.
Flatline here.
Do you mind throwing out that
I
bot?
threw it out. What happened?
Come on. Say hello.
Yeah, what
Oh, I
happened?
didn't-
I thought you healed up.
I didn't know you threw it.
I was healing with you earlier. You 100% were there with me.
Oh,
Healing.
yeah, but after that,
Heavy
when we
ammo.
came to the other side, I asked him, and I didn't know he threw it out the second time.
Oh, I thought you healed up 100% the first time though. How'd you get damaged?
No, it was
Like I'm
close.
wondering.
No,
Oh,
I
it
had
didn't
like
have that.
That was like 80%, 85%.
Oh, I thought it would have did it. 'Cause I did a syringe and then left, so I assumed that would have left.
That's
more
what
for
I
you.
thought. That's what I thought it would do, but it didn't. I guess it was like so close. I thought it was going to do the same thing.
So I could use a sniper stock and a purple sniper mag.
Shield cell here.
All right. Oh shit.
Ooh, what kind of sniper gizon
Triple
you
take.
running with? This shit's been looted. There's definitely been people here.
Triple
So what are you
take.
using, Joe? Triple take.
I'm calling my special in. Maybe it'll give us a cool bit.
Circle's common.
Cool
Yeah,
thing
everything
for
over here is
zero.
blue. I got blue hat though, so it wasn't a whole waste.
Here's a zip for
Sheriff.
you, Grim.
0, blue shirt.
Oh hell yeah. Here you can see this zip I'm coming across when you're getting out of the storm.
2 more flat lines.
Using grapple.
Blue clip. There's a white clip if you want it.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Light mag here. Level 1.
And then there's
Oh,
more. There's
yeah, I'll
flat,
take it.
2 flat lines and bullets and shit. Yeah, they
how you
barely
get up in this
looted any
building?
of this. Oh,
Yo.
The back. Go to the back. There's steps right over here, just like on the other map.
Oh,
up
thanks,
there.
thanks. Okay. There's a
We're not
zip
far
line to your
from-
left.
Yeah, I just took it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not. We're not far from the circle, so don't even stress. I got a med kit for you if you fucked up.
All right. Yeah, I got one
Plus
too.
Joe's healer. Healing bitch.
Yeah, some of that healing bot.
Bitch can heal us all up real good. Oh fuck, I'm not where Joe is. Fuck.
We're just, yeah, we're close. We're close.
Optics here. Mid-range.
It's at 3x if you want it for
Here
your
you go.
snipe.
Healing
Snipe.
bots going out in 3, 2, 1.
Pass me that sugar.
Fuck that bot.
Just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
Game package here that's looted.
Care package over here.
Oh, right up here. Ooh. That's not swell.
Supply bin here.
I need a
No.
heavy mag. I'm trying to main my flat line.
There's a 301 in there.
All right.
Or barrel stabilizer. At 301 also has no stabilization. All these bins look all open. Damn, we're like 7th. We ain't doing it yet, right?
Yeah,
I'm
we tore the
freezing.
shit out of.
Oh no.
Oh no, don't freeze.
Are
No,
you freezing too?
Unfreeze.
just you.
Or is it just
No.
me?
Just you, but I hope it
Nope,
stops.
he's booted.
I can hear you. Oh no, what? Lame.
I'll be back. That sucks.
Oh, that
Take
fucking
anything out of my
sucks.
box. I'll be back.
Damn, sorry, dude. That's fucking gay. Phoenix kit, med kit, 3 dude. You got a
No.
light gun? Alright. Man, that
Yeah, it
fucking
does.
sucks.
I took a med kit. You took a med kit.
Okay, I've got 2 already, but I'll
Yeah, I
take
got 2 and a
if
Phoenix
you
kit.
need another- do you okay. Good shit. I'm good on heals too.
All right. So let's win it for him.
Win it for Grim. Rim for Grim.
With him for Graham.
10 seconds. The ring is fairly close.
You need any light ammo? I got like 290
No, I'm sniper
rounds.
and energy.
I got a shitload of both kinds. Okay. Oh, well, okay. Never mind. I'm by both kinds. I mean
Yeah.
heavy and light.
Both kinds of the normal stuff. Yeah,
Got regular freedom seeds.
yeah, I definitely am scared about running with the sniper, but it was just so good in the beginning.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
kind
we're
of
still
no
alive.
triple take. Yeah, we haven't even met him. encountered an enemy yet.
No. Yeah.
Still
Yeah, we haven't
7
even met any
squads.
friends yet.
No friends, no enemies, just lonely.
Oh, I hear shots. Oh, right there.
Oh yeah, before you engage, let me.
Under down there. Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
hiding. You do what you need to do.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I was just swapping
Somebody
out
on
a
the
gun.
roof there.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me if you want to. Oh wait, somebody coming up. I hit him once.
Oh, they're here. They're here.
I didn't hit him once. Oh shit, to our side. Oh, you've almost got her. She is almost dead. I hit her one burst with the hemlock as well. So she's climbing up. Oh, nope, here she is by the truck, on top of the truck. I'm just pinging her so to track her. She's on top of this. She's just shielded up. Oh, she's
Is she fucking Spider-Man?
oh, what a maniac! What a maniac killer!
Your help is very helpful.
Oh, you want to get the fuck out of here as soon as you loot?
She might have a purple shield in there for you.
Oh, does she have a fucking purple?
She does. Take that shit.
She does. Yeah.
The ring is close. Less than a minute.
I'm putting a hemlock in there
Ah,
if you
yeah,
want
and
it.
I'm good. Let's go.
Oh, where do we go? I can throw us
Yeah,
a
I
zip,
guess.
but
Let's
where
go
do we
around
go
this
to?
one.
Which? Oh, yeah, just I think this is all we got time for right this sec.
I got 200 energy, so I could use some more energy if we see it. It's my only fast gun, so.
All right. I've hardly seen any energy.
Yeah, normally it's like I can carry like 500 energy and like still leave some on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a care package.
Yeah, it's been all heavy and light.
Incoming care package. I love loot.
You want to see if somebody?
I want
for it,
to check
or-
it, because if there's a Kraber, I'll take
Alright.
that over this triple take.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh, it's a devotion. I will definitely take that shit. Oh, and it comes with a 2x. What?
Dude, you know, every time we come over here and somebody is up on the wall, we get
Yeah.
fucked up. Do you want to take the wall?
Yeah, should I keep the sniper then? Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's a devotion. I love the devotion. It's such a tough choice. Yeah, I guess.
The only way up on the wall is a zip or
Yeah.
something, right? Or a jump
Yeah.
pad, one or the other. Or can you climb
No,
up?
I think it's.
Because yeah, I must have seen people grapple. Here, I'll throw us a zippity zip
Yeah.
to the. Dude, it's. Oh well, I'm gonna have to throw it to here, I guess.
Oh shit! I didn't make it.
I was
Hopefully nobody comes.
trying to throw it to the.
Yeah, to the
Yeah,
tippity
I
top.
don't see anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can drop my special and like give us some cover. Oh my god, I can't make it up there? Are you kidding me?
Oh. When my shit recharges, I can.
What?
Yeah,
I
maybe
can't get
you
up
could
there.
do like. Oh shit! It's so close. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can grapple you up here. Hold on a sec.
No.
Oh no!
Grappled right through me.
I did the opposite of that. It pulled me to you instead of you to me. That's fucked up. Oh, it grappled through you. Okay. Yeah,
Oh, I
guess you
can't call
do
my
that to
special up
teammates.
here? Oh, shit.
Oh no shit!
ring. Half a minute.
I guess I don't know where to call it. Should I even call it?
I wouldn't. I mean, we're pretty geared,
Yeah, I
aren't
guess
we?
we're fine.
I'm 58% on his
I'm
zip.
excited for this devotion, man. I miss it. Devotion was my shite.
Yeah, yeah. Is it turbocharged? when you
I think
get
it's
it
got
out of
all
the-
of that. It doesn't show me any attachments, but I think it's turbocharged. It's got like a stabilizer on it.
Oh,
Listen up. The ring.
oh shit.
Move in.
If my fucking zip line doesn't charge, we're gonna have to get off the wall. Damn, come on, zip line, charge up,
How
you bitch.
how far is it? It's not gonna make it in
85%.
time.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll see if I can. Yeah. We'll just run. I'll wait till the. I'm at 93%. 90. Yeah, you're right. We're not gonna fucking make. Yeah, this might be a good spot. I bet there's somebody want to be in here in a minute.
Round 5. Beginning ring countdown.
5 squads left. This is crazy.
Where?
Yeah, dude, this is a small circle. So we have to go outside and in this corner.
There is
to
a
get to the
building there,
next
though. You want to
circle.
go get in that building now?
Oh, sure.
There's somebody there.
1 minute.
Oh, you mean?
Nearby.
Oh, okay. I'm coming to you.
He's on the other side of that thing.
Contact with hostile.
It looked like a fast legs. I could be wrong. He's on the other side, right there. Oh, it's a wraith.
Oh yeah, he's going over here. He went back to the left.
Let's push to that building.
I've hit him for 60. I maybe shouldn't have done that, but yeah,
Are they
somebody else is
sniping
shooting
from the
at me.
roof of this building?
Yeah, let's get the fuck in that building. Let's get in here and kill this kid. Got him. Fuck, kid, you're gonna die. He's got a box there. He might have some shit for
I'm
you.
gonna take the fast charge. You take the backpack.
I don't even need it.
I'll go
I'm
backpack.
fucking
No, but
geared.
so if you pick me up, you give me.
Oh, okay.
We're all inside the ring. Good.
Somebody's coming. Somebody's coming.
Coming in. I thought they were coming in that door I'm facing.
I almost want to get in that room with you. Okay, yeah, I'm hiding behind this shit.
Yeah,
to
you cover
guard
the door,
other
yeah. The north door, I'll cover the south door.
We're doing great.
Top 3.
2 enemy squads remain.
Beginning ring countdown.
Pay
Man,
attention.
my
I know,
palms are
right?
sweaty.
Found inside the ring.
I got a Bernie stick ready to throw at that fucking door. They're shielding up. Coming close. They're trying. Haha, the door's blocked. Oh, I just hurt one of them
Block
bad.
the ass.
Coming in the other door?
Yeah, keep watching your door.
I'm getting shot at.
Got one of
Nice.
them.
Got the other one, got the wraith. I gotta heal up.
Enemy down.
Is
Yeah.
it still the same game?
Oh, this one's got a shield.
Oh
up.
shit, you guys
Who
gonna
killed
win
him?
or what?
Rings close.
I can't do it. Look, I'm stuck.
Oh my god, no! Oh my god!
Just a scrape.
No, I'm so sorry. Oh no!
I don't know if I was backing into the wall or I was stuck on the
Man.
door.
No, I fucking closed the door. I didn't mean to close it on you. Sorry, dude.
all good.
Damn. Oh, that's lame. Was that one fucking kid? Oh my god. Oh my god. I was coming in because I thought you were going to get me up or something, but I was just confused. I didn't. Damn, I was trying to close the door on him or something. I wasn't
It's
trying
all
to close
good.
it on you.
All
God,
good.
sorry, dude. Fuck.
Did you just kill
He
Joe?
cost
Zero?
us the game.
Basically.
Oh man. Fucking.
Yeah, that was
Zero.
fucking. That
Always
was close
killing
to
his
the
teammates
dub.
and shit. Oh man.
Yeah,
Oh, I
that
forgot that
sucked.
that was
Oh
ranked.
my God.
Were you
Yeah,
second or
Sucked
what?
so bad.
Alright.
148
Oh, man.
points. It's
Yo,
fine.
what the
dude.
fuck,
Fuck,
bro?
It's
I
fine.
feel
It
like
was
a
148 points.
I had points subtracted even though I got booted.
Oh, that's
I
fucking lame.
I put
It's
a-
probably like, oh,
I put
Yeah.
a ticket in and like let them know like I got booted. I want my points back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
give me
that's
my
fucking
12
Yeah, they'll
lame.
probably
It's-
be like I got booted and my team came in second and they got 148 points. I won half of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically, I should be entitled to
Right,
all.
but
of
I mean
those.
that depends on how many kills you had and whatever. I mean,
Well, yeah, I should at least get.
Yeah, I
whatever
think I
kill
had like
if I didn't
100
get booted.
and... I don't know, it wasn't... I had 108.
And how many kills did you have?
2.
So then I should have 20 less than that. So 88 minus 12 because you're not silver, right? So I should have 76.
Wow, did
Right,
I only
if
get
I didn't get
kills at the
booted.
very end? I don't know.
No regrets.
No regrets.
all the regrets.
All right.
All the regrets.
All right.
Regret time. Regret time. I got
Grim's.
5 on it.
Grim's here now. I gotta redeem myself, and we
You
gotta.
still
get
had
the
like
win.
800 damage or something.
Yeah, I mean, last I
You had a lot
heard,
of damage. 0.
you did.
Yeah, it's like 2.
Oh, you guys? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think I even
2 kills.
encountered anybody by the time my shit cut out.
That
No, we
must
had
have
a
been what
fight in the
happened
very
to me.
beginning.
I think I downed 2 of them at the end.
We fought at the relay. I had 3 kills at the relay.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh,
that's
so
all
I
happened.
probably
You killed
did
the
have
whole
damage then.
squad. Yeah. Yeah, you did, because you guys did most of the work at the relay.
Oh, that's right. I was running around with the 45, putting some work in. Was that this game?
Yes, I believe
think.
so.
I don't know.
And
It
I
all
had the
blends
triple
together.
take, and I was like, triple take, triple take, triple take. And they're all like, alright, bro, stop triple taking me, man. I'm dead already.
Cool it with the triple takes, bro. I'm a box. Stop shooting my
That's
box.
what she said.
Why would somebody shoot her box?
Because I wanted to be taken off of her body. So I shoot her with a rocket launcher. That's what they called me in high school, anyway.
The only way to go. Rocket launcher. I mean, that's just my high
Yeah.
school nickname.
Oh shit, bro. Oh yeah, let's do it.
Here we go. It's a
Rocket
long
launch.
drop. Fun.
Oh shit.
How we're going ship? Shippity dude, don't ship me.
Ship
Ship
on
it
it.
today.
Don't ship me. We're not dating.
Oh my god, no way. I got like fucking nothing here.
Here's a gun down
I got your
here.
back.
This bitch
Yeah,
is almost
she's down.
dead. You got her? Bang it.
Oh, there's somebody else in the back.
Hurt him. Hurt him.
There's somebody else running
I'm
around.
almost out of ammo. Oh yeah.
Shit, I have like no bullets left. I'll give
She's
him what
down.
I got.
There's one more, Joe. There's one more.
I
dude
need
on board.
heavier energy if anybody has
I only have
the
50
aura.
heavy, no energy.
Here's
There's
energy.
guns down the stairs here. Oh,
Anything
there
left
were.
in that?
My bad. So the
There's
Birdman
a
is
bunch
still
of light
aboard.
in there. You got light.
No, but I
in
will. My Eve is out of bullets.
Here's an alternator
Take
with a
it.
clip in it. I mean, I guess it's got a clip. Oh, here's
You're good.
light and heavy down here.
Oh, yeah, I need that.
Good shit. Good shit.
Yeah,
drown?
it's gonna fly away up here. We have to jump first.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right, I guess we're going here.
Woohoo!
We gotta
Wait,
jump
what?
first.
Okay.
Go to this big building over here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the one you landed near.
Blood. New kill leader. Eyes out for him.
Body shield here.
I'll
Shield.
take that. Yeah, thanks.
R99 here.
Nah, for your spine.
Here, I don't know where safe place is.
I've got
Alrighty, I'm just
decent
dropping
guns,
it over
so
here in this underneath
anybody
the
else want
stairs.
it, take it.
Go on now. Say hello.
All right.
Another 99 up here.
R99 here.
I got a Hemlock 301. I'm
Yeah, I got
good.
a flatline alternator, so I'm happy.
Wait, you'd rather have an alternator than a 99?
Most games, yeah.
Level 1.
Read.
Yep.
New kill leader.
Up. Bin's open. You ready to go
Yep.
wreck some motherfuckers? Whoa.
Somebody's here.
Rick.
Anybody have shotgun or energy? I'm dropping it.
Oh, coming. Somebody's on jump.
Oh, and there's somebody
Alright,
down there. I just got
coming.
sniped.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Somebody's sniping from. I got the one down here, but somebody was shooting at us from
I'm
Joe?
going
from
around.
where. Joe,
So
I'm,
right there.
I'm going to. You want to? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm getting sniped at though.
Yeah, me too.
Right there.
Get the bamboozling. Don't worry, I'm here.
Alright. I'm gonna pop my head out. She was good.
Dang it.
They're over there
Alright,
getting dude up.
Alright, I gotta
They're
heal up.
both over there.
I'm coming.
Alright, then I'll come back to you guys.
Oh shit! Oh, there's one on the hill.
Yeah, all three of them are over there. They got the other guy up.
Shit! Oh god, I'm
Ping 'em.
down. Two and right there. There's
Oh, coming up
one,
behind you,
the
Joe.
other
They're
is
shooting at
down
me
the
from above
corner.
me.
They're coming behind you too, Joe. But you're good. You're good from behind. Here they come.
Yeah, I just got raped from fucking every angle.
Ah, same here. God
Oh
damn
shit,
it, man.
man! They were in 3 different locations. Damn. All right,
I
I
was
got
just gonna
like
say the
one
same
more. I
thing.
guess if you guys want to
Yeah, I
play
can do one more.
All
And
right.
then I gotta draw
It gets
this
so late so
adorable ass
quick.
Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's adorbs.
Oh shit, no way. I'm only 6 away from Silver 3. I probably was Silver 3 then. 2 matches ago.
Yeah.
So I lost 12.
Oh,
and
you
then
got
2.
penalized? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I can win this thing with one eye closed, or both eyes closed. Hell, I don't even have to show up.
I've got a friend that's really into country music, and like, there's some guy that I assume is a country singer named Cody Johnson, and he's put a thing on Facebook and it says, Kojo Nation, I'm leading worship at my church, Lone Star Cowboy Church, Sunday at 10 a.m. and you're invited.
Wait, he's doing
Loans.
what now at these? What?
This is a country
He's a
singer.
cowboy
He's a country
church?
singer. Yeah, he says, I'm leading worship at my church, Lone Star Cowboy Church.
Sounds legit.
Yeah.
I mean, as legit as any church is.
Yeah.
Aren't they
Oh,
all?
this-
Yeah, but still, Lone
Yeah.
Star Cowboy.
It's probably it's probably he's like gonna have a live video where he like sings, and that's gonna be his church, and he's gonna do gospel or some dumb shit like that.
He's
Yeah.
the choir.
I'm gonna
The one man
go to the bottom of this
country
hole.
choir.
Oh wait,
Oh,
Joey,
we got
this
dudes with us.
down.
other guy. Is this a bad guy? I don't
got
know.
no guy. Kicked him off the fucking shits.
It's fucking gas everywhere, bro.
Ooh. Kick you
There's
too,
somebody
bitch.
up top still. 2 people up top. I'm being punched. I'm dead.
Punch that bitch to death. Where you at? Where you at? Oh, shit.
He already punched that bitch to death.
Punch her out of the way. Oh, fuck. I
That's
have
like
a
the
gun.
third one I punched off the
Alright,
damn
I'm
balcony.
firing her down.
Sorry. Okay, okay.
Got his ass. You just got
I need a
wingman,
fucking
bro.
gun, too. Where's... Shit, somebody down here, Grimp?
Alright, I'm trying to pick up stuff. Alright, I'm coming.
Punched her twice.
Oh, no.
Oh, one down here. Oh, there's too many people. It's enforceable.
He just went down in the gas.
Oh, good shit.
Alright. Oh, wait, hold up, hold up. Alright. Who wants to... Oh, wait, hold up. What the fuck? Whoa, man.
Damn, that was just too many
Ah,
motherfuckers.
fuck, cool. I did a lot of wingman damage, though. Usually
Hell yeah.
Terrible. I mean, I was terrible with the wingman at the end. Let me see how many times I hit her. Let me look at my recap.
I did 298 punching
One.
and kicking.
I hit that last bitch one time. That was all kicks? All your shit? Was
Punches and kicks. But
no,
like,
you did 300
two of 'em.
damage in
yeah,
melee?
but like two or three of them, I punched them in the back of the head while they were on the balcony or in the back or side or whatever, and knocked them off.
Oh, shit.
Well, I mean, if you want to call it quits on that, we can. If not, I'll play
I'm
one more. I
playing,
mean, that was just some fucking.
I'm probably
That
gonna
was some
play
of that
a
old
few more, even if
bullshit.
you guys get off. I'm gonna play a little longer.
Yeah, I just gotta get
Yeah,
off.
I mean, whatever. Yeah, however much more you want
Yeah,
to
I'll
play.
do
You
one more
playing
game.
again, Joe?
One more game-os for the blame-os.
Man, if only I was better with the wingman, I would have had like all these other kills. Wouldn't have died.
That's pretty good though. I mean, 350 or whatever with the.
But
with the
those
wingman,
people, they
I
were
mean,
like
that's
trying to
several.
get people up. I kind of had to jump on them and fucked it up. I mean, one
Yeah, it's easy. It's
wingman
easy
clip
to
should
do.
kill anybody if you can hit your shots. And I definitely emptied more than one clip at everybody, and it's just missed.
Yeah, I feel like when I fire that thing, I almost have to fire it as slow as like a bolt-action rifle or something like a fucking Sentinel or something, or at least like a longbow.
Yeah.
It's not quite that hard, but it's pretty close. Maybe it is that hard.
See, the Scout is also single fire, but I do way better with the Scout, and it doesn't even do as much damage as the wingman.
Yeah, I feel like the Scout is easier. I feel like it's easier to hit with, even with the iron sight. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't like the Scout's iron sights. Do not like it.
I don't like it, but like, it'll work in a pinch. I mean, it is kind of shitty. All right, crazy ass Skull Town drop.
Yeah.
Crazy.
We gonna get cray.
If you have to breathe.
Where at? I don't see it. You ping it?
Over here.
Where you want to go? Over here?
Over here.
Alright, then I'll go on that side of that shit.
Alright.
Alright, I'm gonna land at market. I don't understand you guys chuckle at stuff like that all the time. It's always the same dumbass joke.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 2. Alternator here.
There's an alternator.
There's a shirt over here.
Body shield here.
Shit's going down.
Go for that shotgun bolt. You can use it on my Mozambique.
They're right in there. They're right in that shit.
Okay, I'm with you. Ooh, down.
That got her
one's
running.
down.
I'm gonna go on the other side. Is she down?
She's
Oh,
down.
good.
Next ring's far.
L-star right
On the
here.
other side, and then on my decoy.
Oh, they're right there. Right here.
I thought I had a vest.
Okay.
Alright,
I'm flanking him.
Smoked his ass.
Yeah.
You're still up, right, Joe? Oh shit! No, there's somebody else. Oh my God!
Hit him
it's
for
Blood Rush.
75. One of them's down. Oh shit. Right there. Oh, good shit. Look at
No.
that.
Keep it going.
Bad assery. Sorry. I was trying to get to
I'm
cover
gonna
so
crawl
you.
back this way.
Champion up. Setting shield, you'll be alright.
27 seconds till I can drop my thing.
Yep, you're wonderful. Thank you.
Give me my shield to recharge. You got bamboozled.
You want a triple take, Joe?
Just gotta pass myself.
I have a med kit.
Oh,
I
shit.
need the med kit.
Here, I actually picked one up too.
Med kit here.
There's more boxes over here. This is what they were looting.
Oh, thank you.
Repairing my damages.
Barrel stabilizer here. R301. Heavy ammo here.
Oh fuck yeah! I'll take R3. Was on.
SMG here. Light ammo here.
Joe, do you want an alternator?
No, I got
If you want it.
I got a Havoc.
Mag here.
You need shield cells,
No,
Joe?
I'm good on shield cells.
I just found a bot shield, thanks.
Oh, this is 0.
Oh, I couldn't tell if you said Zero or Joe. Or Z Joe.
You need heavy ammo. There's some in here. Plus, I have a wingman, so I don't need all that I got.
There was a Prowler
For now, anyway.
somewhere.
Yeah, it's in one of these.
Yeah, maybe I'll
boxes.
pick that up. Yeah.
SMG here.
I'm gonna try to get better with the wingman. Maybe
Come
some
back
weight
and get
till-
the-
Dude, did we just shit on two?
Merry
Oh
Christmas.
shit!
Yeah, the wingman's a lot of fun when you're hitting shots.
Yeah, it is. It makes you feel like a cowboy.
It makes you
Clint Eastwood shit.
Find me a 1x optic, and I'll murder motherfucker.
promise.
Yeah, I hope so.
Grab grenade.
I like to think so.
Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
Oh, there's another select fire.
Oh, do you not need that?
Usually
You already
that
got one for
I'll
your
take
prowler?
that from my
I already have one.
Heavy ammo here.
from my Havico.
There's like nothing left in these shits. Flatline.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
Oh, here you go. Here's another prowler. I dropped that other select
Yeah, I
fire.
don't have heavy bullets.
Heavy ammo here.
There's
Heavy ammo here.
some there, some there. I can give you
No, it's all right.
some.
I'll put that select fire on my Havoc.
Do either
Sounds like some.
do either of you
No,
need
I'm
light?
good. Sounds like somebody's coming back.
I bet that care
Okay.
package has some sweet.
I don't know.
Where?
It sounded like I heard a ship.
There's it.
It's not this one. This one looks like it's still up in green.
Oh, there's like two birds
Yeah.
over here.
Who's got a
Trying to ping
stone?
him. Apparently, I can't.
Over there. That's ugly.
Oh yeah, there's bins there.
Birds don't get away.
Heavy ammo here.
There's more heavy.
Flyer down. Inside myself.
Oh shit! The fucking storm's coming. 99 here. Man,
I'm
what's
good
that
with what I
shit?
got.
Alright, I'm running in.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
Oh yeah, Blue Bayou. There's something left in this box. I
Blue
don't think it's anything
you.
good, but
Oh, I should have went the other way. I didn't realize there was a zip line.
this little building's been looted. This little village.
Oh
has been
my
looted.
god, yo. I just looked at the map. We have to go really fucking far.
Alright,
It's not even funny how far
yeah,
we
let's
are.
Okay, there's
balloon it then.
this balloon down here.
to the dinosaur's head, basically.
I picked up some extra heals in case any doesn't need them.
All right.
Oh, there's people zipping towards us. Shit. They're probably gonna come up
shit.
there.
Whoa, shit. Okay. I didn't. I see the zip. I
You
didn't
guys
see
in
them.
the storm yet or no?
No.
Or out of the storm or no?
No. No, we're halfway or something.
Did they zip
Wait,
over or no?
where were they zipping?
Yeah.
Like right here?
Like right there?
I hear them. Yeah.
There's those 4 syringes.
Oh man, I'm so screwed up. Oh man.
Oh, 2 of them on me right here.
Alright, down 1 pool. Come back up. How many are left?
Oh, 2, but I hurt one of them. I hurt this guy pretty bad. This Watson.
Oh, there's another one.
Yeah, there's
over here.
2 of them over here.
Dang, cool. Oh my god. Fuck. Yeah, but there was another one behind me, not near you guys.
Oh, it's another squad. Fuck. Always getting pinched. Yeah, if you can get away, bro. There's only 8 squads left.
Taking him out with a decoy.
Oh shit. Oh,
I
good
don't know.
try.
I was getting away. Or healing up, they would hear
No.
me. I really couldn't do shit.
Man, good night.
It was
though.
a very good night.
Good games.
Very, very
Yeah.
good night.
Yeah, that may be the most consistent rank night
Yeah,
we've
definitely.
ever had.
Definitely.
Or at least, I mean, because we usually don't even play this many hours, all, you know, as 3, and like, we've had some consistent rank nights before, but it's usually just a few games. Almost
Yeah,
every
it
game
was-
tonight was a winner.
Overall points every game. Yeah, you're doing good.
11 points from Grim ranking level,
Yeah, usually
and Joe's
start
almost at
getting
3. Hell
angry
yeah.
by the end of the night because shit's not going my way and I'm ready to like quit. So hasn't happened
Yeah, me
this
too.
game.
Pretty smooth.
Hell yeah.
Well, I really
Smooth
got
move,
Pete. I
XX.
will see you fellas
Adios,
later.
fellers.
All right, yeah. Good night, guys. Good games. Let
Later,
us
guys.
know when you want
Yes,
to play
sir.
some more.
See ya.
All right, see you guys.
Almost 3 a.m. All right, that is it for me. Pause you, close that, find this. All right, do that, be this, do that, sing songs, dance hard, shoot enemies and pet dogs. Fuck up my carpet because my chair just does stuff. Alright, so thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Everybody that did, whether it was Facebook, Twitch, Mixer, YouTube, I appreciate all of you, each and every single one of you. Apologies to BLG who came into the Mixer and was trying to get me to do big ass yeet, and I missed that. And then he also added me, and I missed that too. So whoopsie. But I got my own squad. I am not looking to join anybody at the moment. I mean, I don't know, whatever. That just is what it is. Also, the socials, it's Mechanic on all socials. Appreciate the engagement I get on the Instagrams, is where you can find me most prevalent. Also, it's Quirked Out Art is another Instagrams where I post and show my art, and we'll be selling stuff soon, taking commissions and that whole shenanigans. But yeah, thank you for coming by. However long you were here, I really appreciate that you found some time in your Thursday to come hang out with a THICC Boy and spend some of your time seeing what I'm doing. Super cool.